I'm on the next level, yeah, I know you heard about it.
Motherfucker.
You know I'm bout it, and don't you ever doubt it. I'm incomparable, that's why they staring though. Turn up the stereo, check it out, check it out, check it out. I'm hot just like a sauna, New York to California. Too hot, too hot. You ain't seen nothing like this, nobody do it like this. I'm on the next level, next level, on the next level. They all tryna catch up to my next level, next level, on the next level. Check it out, check it out, check it out. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la.
Motherfucker.
You like that old school, back in the music, that shit is old news. I'm popping through the ceiling, that's my motto, that's my motto. I lead, they follow. I'm hot just like a sauna, New York to California. Too hot, too hot. You ain't seen nothing like this, nobody do it like this.
Motherfucker.
I'm on the next level, next level, on the next level. They all tryna catch up to my next level, next level, on the next level. Check it out, check it out, check it out.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back. Got 14 people here right now. And as always, I have my co-host, my wingman, my brother from another mother, Shapu, here with me. Hi, Shapu.
Hi, Jen.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. You having good weather up there?
No, it's really cold. It's gray and cold. It's
Is
crazy.
it really?
Yeah, look, I've got a sweat and it's June. It's
Huh. I said up there. I should have said over there because there's no
Yeah.
up there.
yeah, it's like 12 Celsius. I don't know how Fahrenheit is, but
Wow. So is like summer starting to taper off now?
yeah, it's supposed to be summer, but it's a little bit tardy.
It's a
But
little
last
tardy.
week it was really, really hot and humid, but this week is really cold. So
Oh, well, since it was tardy, we'll have to hit it with
Don't be tardy for the party.
yeah, the summer's really tardy.
I have good news. Jamie got her shirt, and she got a Meltology 101 muscle shirt like this in black. I got one in white. It's really nice with the droopy font, and she
Nice.
loves it. So I'm really grateful she got hers. And Better Than Gold should be receiving his as well if he hasn't gotten it already. So let me know in the chat if you received it yet. I do have the tracking number for it, but it may be another day or so. So yay on that. Also, I have your shirt that you got me over here because I
Nice.
love it so much. And the make it make sense is on the back of the shirt, and you never really get to enjoy that part of it or whatever. So I figured I'm gonna hang it there so everybody can see it. I love it so much.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Didn't even see it.
Yeah, I did that the other day when I was kind of like restructuring some stuff here and everything. Guys, if you're interested in a shirt from Shapu, he has 2 links in the description box below this video, this live stream, and you can go to his sites and order off there. He's got some really cool designs. You can get whatever his designs are put on all kinds of different things, on pillows, cups, banners. I have a banner here from his site in case nobody here has seen it yet. I'm going to show it to you. I got me a banner made up. I love it. This doesn't do it justice. It's really vibrant and it just pops. I love it so much. I'm going to try to get a black light for it to see if it looks.
Oh yeah, good that you can.
Under black light. Yeah, I think that'll look really cool. Okay, I'm going to switch this background out real quick since I'm on this page here. Oh, I got to go back. I got to go back to your side of things to get over there.
Hi everyone. Jamie is here. Better Than Gold. This is AREN. Lacrimosa.
Hold on.
Jenny. Trish. Hi Trish. Welcome.
Maybe you might put it in my background thing here. Okay, I see it.
Oh, Johnny. Johnny's here. Hi
What's
Johnny.
up, Johnny? All right, we're going to put this background back up. This is the thumbnail for the show. I had Shapu make it up, and he did an awesome job as always, and perfectly spaced out what we have written there, so it's above and below us. If you've been with this channel any length of time, which this is like my 7th channel, but if you've been with me for a while, you will know that for at least the last 7 years, I've been talking about flat Earth. I was just probably about 7 years ago, I watched a few videos and realized now I know why NASA is lying about everything. It's because the Earth is flat. And it doesn't take a whole lot to really realize once you're on the road of truth and you hit flat Earth that it's there. It's apparent to see anybody with, the eyes to see it and an open mind, and who has pretty much deprogrammed themselves from all the lies that we've been indoctrinated to, can see the flat Earth. And it's a no-brainer after that. And once you realize you're on a flat plane, you can't go back to the globe because there's nothing to go back to. It is a lie. Space is a lie. The globe is a lie, which means that everything that is tied to space narratives and the globe narrative is a lie. Everything. That being said, they have been faking space for a very long time. Almost as long, in my opinion, as they have been faking volcanoes. That's right. They're faking volcanoes. You might think, well, how the heck are they faking volcanoes, Jen? That's just crazy. But nay, it is not crazy. Their whole volcanism and the study of volcanoes is theoretical. They don't know what's down there. They're basing it on a molten core, which is where supposedly all this heat comes from, and the magma, which rises to the surface and eventually explodes out at some point with extreme pressure and stuff. This is their explanation for it. However, it is just a theory. Just like the Big Bang is a theory, just like the Earth being a ball hurtling through ever-expanding space with all this stuff going on, is all theoretical. And we've been sold a lie all of our lives for generation after generation. I think personally, since the last reset, God's judgment, X Factor, whatever you want to call it, I definitely feel like since then, since we entered the short season of Satan, which would have to be at least 250 years that we've been in this now, in my opinion. Now, that could be wrong. That it could be the last 500 years, somewhere within that time frame. But this is how long that they have been teaching the globe model. Basically, once you get into the 1800s and they start teaching it in schools, they teach that, the flat earth thing, people thought the earth was flat. The ancient depictions of the flat earth in the Bible and many other cultures was just an archaic idea. They didn't know any better. They didn't have instrumentation. They didn't have the ability to go high enough. Of course, they tell us now that we have pictures from space of Earth. Again, this is all fake. Okay. So we want to better understand what we're on, how this whole thing works. Because I think we should have already known this. This is something that would have been known to us if we were not deceived all this time. And one of the things that I have a bone of contention with is volcanoes. And the reason I have that bone of contention is because I investigated Pompeii. I was checking out the different levels of heat damage, and the narrative for Pompeii and Herculaneum is that Vesuvius went off in 79 AD. And just happened to bury these two cities under, I don't know how many feet of pumice. And this is what destroyed the cities. Not lava. There was no lava. It was supposedly superheated pumice that did this. However, when you look at Pompeii, you can clearly see that the streets are melted more than the buildings above. So if the pumice was coming down on top of everything, I don't think it would have done the damage it did, supposedly could have done. To the ground the way we see it now in Pompeii. We understand that the heat came up from the bottom that seemed to melt everything in this God's judgment X Factor event that took place. What is that heat? What is on the interior of our plane below us? We've talked about that many times on the show, and possibly how this system works, with Polaris being the pole star and the black hole sun below us being an anode and a cathode, just like the sun and the moon. And this whole place is like an electromagnetic plane of existence here, which has properties that we don't even fully understand. Maybe the powers that be who are hiding all this from us understand how this place works, but we don't. They give us their theoretical physics and gravity and all this stuff with all their numbers and all their models and everything. But that is all tied to the globe model. And basically, like I'm saying here, is that they've been faking volcanoes almost as long as they've been faking space. Yeah. And it's not hard to do. And we're going to break that all down again tonight. Plus, we have found new information, which is more proof to the theory that I have, and Shapu has as well, since we've done this research together, that they are faking these volcanoes to further their narrative of the globe model and the molten core. Because if not, they will have to explain what these things are and even what's shooting out of them. Okay. Now, let's just say we had all these things that look like volcanoes, but we never seen them erupt or never heard of them erupting. They were just there. We do still have them today. They call them dormant volcanoes, ones that just don't go off anymore, right? But say if we never even seen them explode or heard anything about an eruption, they would have to explain what these huge, melted, crazy looking things are that are cone shaped. And I think what they decided to do, in my opinion, was use a certain concoction that they have had since the 1700s. We're going to go over that concoction again here tonight, and use that as their catalyst to explain the interior of our Earth with the crust and the different layers, and then the molten core itself, which again is all theory. However,
Yeah,
they
and all the rocks, because when they what they say in geology, you know, about how these volcano harden and how what they do, the volcanoes that we see today never do any of this. You know, they don't create basalt columns. They do not create like these obsidian stones. It's either like the ash, like you said, or a big mud flows,
yeah,
or like a place that we've seen in Mexico, that only a big rubbles of rock just covered the entire town. You know, but we never see what they tell us what happened before, how it was created, and
yes,
crazy.
exactly. And it's all theory, guys. They teach this stuff as fact, though, and especially when they teach it to children at a very young age. You learn about space at a young age. You learn about volcanoes at a young age. These are the reasons I feel that they're teaching these types of narratives at a very young age is because you don't have the critical thinking skills at that point to question their narratives. When you're young, you know, first, second, third grade, you're shutting up and doing what the teacher tells you to do. You're more worried about what you're going to play when you get home from school and if your girlfriend's going to come over or something like that. You're not thinking about critical thinking of how this place works and question their narrative at all. They're the authority, they're the teacher, and they're you know, went to many years of school to have their position, to be in that position of authority, to teach us these supposed theoretical facts, if you will.
Yeah, and they will tell you you will have a test on this, so you may memorize all of this. You know, because
Yes,
you need it for the test that we need to know if you have learned the bullshit that we have told you.
exactly. Do you know how much bullshit we learned? I mean, through school, and we had to study it and retain it and regurgitate it out on a test. I mean, I remember my 8th grade project was on space, the solar system, all this stuff. I had all kinds of things that they made us do for all these things. You know, they even have volcano experiments that you can do in school and stuff like that that they show. Um,
Yep.
Again, it's all BS, and there are literally careers out there that people have based on all this BS. Again, this further anchors their narrative, their false narratives, into our human psyche. And you know, these are basic things that we all agree on across the plane. I mean, you might not agree on God and Jesus and this and that, but everybody seems to agree that we live on a ball, we're hurtling through space, water's wet, the sky's blue, and volcanoes are a real thing, and oh, there's a molten core. You know what I mean? Nobody really questions those narratives. So there are things that they have put out there to the human psyche for these generations in this short season of Satan, that is this anchor narrative that we all seem to agree on, and nobody questions. And tonight we're going to shred the volcano narrative once again with more proof that we have uncovered that proves our point that these were actually some type of buildings, some type of structures, extremely large towers of some sort that were had some kind of function on the grid system that was here prior to the X Factor event, before the meltdown happened. And it would seem that these towers, some of which have survived certain parts of it. I think you just sent me something recently, that little video that you just sent me, Shapu. The real quick one where the person goes up into that thing and looks in and you can see some painting and stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that is really good. And Vesuvius, you know, when I studied Vesuvius and I was looking at the mineral layers in Vesuvius with a magnifier to find this stuff, I found what looks to be like a statue head embedded in the side wall. And yeah, so it's like, you know, volcanoes don't have statues, buildings have statues. And we know the old world was littered with statues everywhere. They love their statues. So why wouldn't there be statues in this building? Hey, Ceiling Fan, what's up? No, you are not tardy. You're here within the first half hour. You're good. CFM had something interesting on his show that we're going to share tonight as well, which is China faking waterfalls. And recently I had mentioned, I think it was on his show, on CFM show a few weeks back, I had showed that China is also, China or Japan are faking meteor showers. Why would they fake meteor showers? Why would you even have to do that, right? Well, it's just fun. We could just be like, oh, look, here's a meteor shower. We can go out and look at it and have some fun, right? Like fireworks or whatever, right? No, they're actually telling you what they've been doing this whole time. It's just that now, because we're at the short end of the short season of Satan, everything is being revealed. They don't care how they reveal it as long as they tell you. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, we're faking meteor showers, because we think it would be entertaining. But still, they admit they're faking it, okay? But if you don't put two and two together and haven't been critically thinking this out and how much stuff they've been faking, you'll just think, oh, it's some kind of new trendy thing to fake meteor showers. Yeah, that's not the case. There are no meteors and there are no meteor showers. So there's that. Unless the dome's starting to shed some skin or something. Messa Melts in the house. What's up? Johnny Cool's here. Curtis is here. Curtis, I have not seen you in a while. I don't know if you know the last channel got taken down. It was rather quickly that it happened. But I'm glad to see you back around here. And Jenny's here. What's up, Jenny? Better Than Gold's here. All right. So I did have a whole way I was going to start off this whole thing. But I think what I'm going to start off with is that video you sent me just recently. Here, let me find it.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, let me rewind it. It's really quick. It's 20 seconds long, but oh boy. I mean, what is amazing to me is that it's just like, and it's only 20 seconds. 20 seconds can really change your life and how you look at things. And, we're always talking about these structures or what's this? I agree with you, Boo.
Didn't say much.
These are melted buildings, what we call landscape today. And we are always looking for proof of that they are actually buildings or were once buildings at one time. And what Shapu has just sent me here is one of those aha moments. So let's get into this screen share real quick here. All right. Let me see here. All right. Shapu, you can see this?
Yes.
Okay. All right, guys. The volume is up. Let me make it big.
Oh. No, Melanie, you're still
Melanie's
good.
here?
Yes.
Oh, you're lucky, Melanie. You're close. Cutting it close, girl. Okay, guys, look at this. This guy just walked up into this thing that looks like just some part of the landscape. And oh, there's a whole mural in here and plaster on the ceiling and probably was on the whole wall and everything. What is that doing there?
Yeah. Exactly.
Wow.
Go back at the start, right?
Yeah.
Right there. Look at what's left of it. It's
Exactly. You couldn't even tell. I mean, like walking up to this thing probably further back, you wouldn't be able to tell that this was anything. It doesn't look like anything, but you get up there and look right on the inside. I highly doubt that somebody climbed all the way up in here with their paints and their plaster and decided to put on this mosaic up here on the ceiling. That does not make sense. You have to make it make sense. And what makes sense is this was once a building that is a partial pocket of survival after the extreme heat event that took place. That was a good one, Chipo.
yeah. The heat just created like a tattoo on the rocks. That's why it's still like embedded into the paint.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
they use probably at this time with some lead maybe inside, or maybe some other metallic component, and they would totally melt with it.
Right. All right. So where do I want to go from here? Okay. All right. So we're going to start off with the China stuff. I did want to show that real quick though, but I got to go back over here to the China stuff, which is, I thought I had it up already. Hold on, guys. Yeah, we're going to talk about Ganang Padang as well. Oh, maybe I don't have it here. Shapu, do you have the waterfall thing? The China waterfall? I think I sent it to you.
No, I cannot. I've never seen it because I can't see it.
All right, hold on, guys. Let me just get this up. I know I have it here somewhere.
No, just share your screen again when you're.
Yeah. Are we not sharing right now? Yeah, I took it off. Okay. All right. Let me just look through here real quick.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Hi, Jinx. Yeah, I think she's right there.
Hold on. Let me put you on big screen so we can see this.
She's sleeping right now. Is she there? Oh, oh no, she went under she's under the covers. You can see like her face. Oh, there. She's moving.
I can see it moving. Yeah.
Yeah, she wanted to have like a house today.
I did that with my cats too. I put up a little sheet against their toys and stuff, and they like love to go under there. Right now, my cat Lola, or excuse me, Lilu. Lilu is in my bedrooms, kind of like trying to get. They brought a chipmunk in last night. Yes, so I have had a chipmunk in my house since last night, and it was down in the kitchen. We had all the doors open trying to get this thing to run out. Somehow it made its way up to my bedroom. So hopefully it doesn't shoot in here somewhere and you'll hear me start screaming halfway through the show. But she's on guard. She's not letting it get anywhere.
Right. CFM said he could send it to you.
I got it. I do. I have it up now. I just found it. Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Hi, Quay. Quay just arrived. MEC. Love you both. Thank you.
Oh, welcome. All right. Let me put this on big screen here. Oh, big. There we go. All right. Let me see here. Should have it now. Here we go. All right, guys. Let me skip this ad here real quick.
Yeah, somebody posted it on Facebook and I couldn't see it because Facebook doesn't allow it in Canada. It was crazy.
Okay. Yeah, that is weird. Can you hear this? I don't know if I have the volume on.
Yeah.
AREN? Can you see it, Shapu?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, guys. So, so the tourists discovered the secret behind Asia's tallest waterfall. Okay, now let's just take all this in for a minute. This is Asia's tallest waterfall, which means, in my book, it's not easy to get to, probably. Now, they have to have a narrative for this, right? How long have we been saying that water is coming out of the top of mountains? Nobody knows where it's coming from. I tracked back the water on Mount Chiha to a tiny little spring coming out the top of the mountain, and it's always flowing. It's not just rain related. Here, we're going to see that somebody with a drone, I think, or something, discovered that this waterfall is coming out of pipes that are coming out of the mountain. So they're going to have a narrative for this. Oh, well, we put some pipes in up there. We just figured we'd have a waterfall. This waterfall is always going, this one. Now, they do have another one somewhere that goes on and off at different times. I forget where that one is. It might be Vietnam or something. But but I want you guys to check this out. Again, more proof that these mountains were actually buildings at one time. Buildings have plumbing work in them. And what I think we're seeing is the remains of this plumbing, which is still working, in my opinion. But let's take a look. Look at this. Look at this pipe. It's 314 meters tall. And it's just pouring out of this thing. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah. How many times we've seen these type of waterfalls? Yeah.
Oh, unbelievable. As a matter of fact, I remember Richie from Boston was out in the middle of nowhere somewhere in Boaz. This was a few years back when me and Steve were doing shows still. And he flew his drone in between a crevice in the mountains that were across from him. And you saw something just like this. And I had told Steve, because he gets so close to the waterfall, it looked like it was just coming right out of the rock. Why have we never even heard of this thing before? Yeah, right. Exactly. It's a big waste if they're just using it running water for tourism. I agree. Their narrative is not making sense for this. I feel like they have to come up with these narratives to explain away what it is that we're seeing. They do that every time with everything. See, they're deceiving visitors.
So they're just saying, oh, they use the pipes to create the waterfall when there's not enough water there.
Yeah, exactly. And they say it's a little weak during the dry season. I don't know about that part. Here's the thing here. It doesn't matter where the water comes from as long as the scenic beautiful.
Yeah. So where does it come from?
Exactly. Well, we know that these buildings, as a matter of fact, whenever you see them in mines, supposedly slate mines, it doesn't matter what kind of mine it is. Usually they're always flooded. Or you'll see somebody going into, they're paddling a canoe into a mine and there's the water just shooting straight out of the rock with what looks like melted metal around it. Again, to me, this is just more proof that what we've been saying this whole time, which is these are melted buildings. Buildings had plumbing in them, just like our buildings do today. And in some places, the plumbing's still working.
Yeah. Two shows before this one, I showed you my boots on the ground at the waterfalls, and on the other side, straight from the rock, there's this water. Just showing. Do you remember?
I think so. We can bring it up. Yeah. China faking. All right. Where are we at? Oh, okay. Let me see here.
Yeah. I know it's a short.
We left the water running. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's a pipe right there. I see it.
Yeah, there's the water and there's the pipe. One pipe here.
Yep. Is that Pants on the ground? He's always finding pipes sticking out of walls and stuff too, and melted stuff.
Yeah.
That's really good. Yeah. Again, this is more proof that they're faking things, guys. That's the point of why we're showing you this. They are faking everything. It's all fake. And it's quite interesting to watch and see how they have come up with these narratives to dance around the truth to keep it from us. I wanted to show you guys real quick here. It says China meteor. Wait a minute. Where is that thing? I think it was Japan that did it. Japan. Let's see if I can get this up. can't find the article. One of these places were fake meteor showers. I had the article a couple months ago, or maybe a month ago, when I did a show at CFM, but I can't find it right now. Anyway, you guys can look it up. They're fake meteor showers. It's either China or Japan. And it's just more proof that, we're on the right track with this stuff. If everything was real and nothing was fake, then they wouldn't have to fake anything. Why are they faking the moon landing? Before I realized the Earth was flat, I never knew why they were faking the moon landing. I just knew they faked it. But once you hit flat Earth, it all makes sense. And the fact that they have us, all wrapped up in millions and billions of light years, millions and billions of years for sedimentary layers and gradualism and catastrophism and all this other isms that they have. It's just crazy. But I am going to drop this link for the waterfall in case anybody wants to share it out. Get this over here. Guys, I always give you what I got for my sources. Hopefully this works here. There it is there. This way you guys can check it out yourself as well. 33 in the chat. Actually, it just went down to 31, but yeah, it's usually 33. I don't know how it happens. Yeah. So let's see here. Where are we going from here? I got that. Okay. So I just wanted to go over also spherical Earth real quick. And I'm just so impressed with all the channels that are out there talking about flat Earth, talking about space being fake, talking about the millennial reign, and talking about everything that we've been talking about. And I also have a picture that I want to show you guys. It's really funny. But I was thinking back when I started getting into Meltology here and talking about it and stuff. And I believe it was my first channel. And I think I had Jerry DeCamp on my show. It was 2019, but it had to be the end of 2019, I think. Going in, and I have a picture of us on the show together. It's really funny. But anyway, spherical Earth. Spherical Earth, or Earth's curvature, refers to the approximation of the figure of the Earth as a sphere. The earliest documented mention of the concept dates from around the 5th century BC, which means before Christ, in case you know. They want to say BCE because it's like before current era, but we know it. Yeah. Okay, so at the 5th century BC, when it appeared in the writings of Greek philosopher. In the 3rd century BC, Hellenistic astronomy established the roughly spherical shaped Earth as a physical fact, okay? As a physical fact, it says it right here, and calculated the Earth's circumference. This knowledge was gradually adopted throughout the Old World during late antiquity and the Middle Ages. And we already know the Middle Ages is what they call the Dark Ages, which is mainly when we think the millennial reign was happening. Let me see. The practical demonstration of Earth's sphericity was achieved by Ferdinand Magellan. And this guy here for circumference, 1519 to 1522, which would put it right after the millennial reign. If the millennial reign ended around 1500, it would be no surprise to me that by 1519 or 1522, in and around those times, they were really pushing the spherical Earth. I'm just saying. Let me see here where I got from here. Oh, also I found this today as well. It says, what year or century did schools around the globe begin to teach the Earth is spherical? And I was just kind of looking at some of these queries and stuff. And here is a book that somebody's posted here. It says a chapter head from a popular science book during 1738. The book was about science designed for the general reader, which is nearly 300 years old. And if you look here, let me see if I can scroll in on it at all more. There we go. Okay. Philosophical grammar or view of modern philosophy. Philosophy philosophical, right? And what is it? Geology. Philosophical view of the terra aquatis, globe. Terra aquatis right here. That's very interesting. And then it says the philosophy of earth, stones, metals, and minerals. The philosophy of water via the sea, rivers, and springs. Philosophy of plants and vegetation. Philosophy. Let's look up the word philosophy. All right. Philosophy, the study of the fundamental nature of knowledge, reality, and the existence, especially when considered as an academic discipline. Also see natural philosophy. Okay. All right. The study of the theoretical. Here's the second one. Okay. The study of the theoretical bias of a particular branch of knowledge or experience. The philosophy of science. But it starts out here. The study of the theoretical. Okay. That's an important word right there. Theory. Concepts and theories. They always interchange these words. So you have to pay attention to those. There's little pitfalls that they put in there.
Motherfucker.
Yeah.
All right.
Welcome, Pants.
What's up, Pants on the Ground? We were just showing a little video. You should definitely rewind of China with their pipes sticking out of the top of a mountain with a waterfall coming out of it because they're faking waterfalls. It's like they're faking everything else. Okay, so here we just talked about concepts, right? We just looked up philosophy, right? It just said it right here. Where did it just say it? The study of theoretical biology. Okay. What did it just say? Concepts. I thought I said concepts anyway. Anyway, let's go back over here to this. The concept of a spherical Earth displaces earlier beliefs in a flat Earth. Okay. The concept or theory. Concept. Again, there's these words that they're always using.
Yeah, it just means that.
This is bullshit.
Exactly. You are on the drops tonight, buddy. I love it. Okay, so if we scroll down here, it says geology or the general doctrine of the globe. You see this? Geology is tied directly to their globe model, which is fake. The globe is fake. That means geology is fake. And every theory that they have to go along with that model is fake. The whole thing. Okay, this here says of the earth and division of the land. I haven't gotten to read this page or anything, but it talks about oceans, gulfs, straits, rivers, streams. And earth is again divided. They're talking about the length of days and nights into climates and stuff here. I think this is the book that was from the 1700s, right? Is it over here? Yeah, 1738, this book. And then it also has a table of contents here. Synopsis of, hold on, let me scroll in. Divers, what does this say? It's really hard for me to read. It's kind of grainy looking.
Gnosis of diverse fictions of the planet.
Sections of the planet. Planet.
Yeah, they're moving, like the wandering stars in the sky.
We got Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Earth, Venus, and Mercury. I guess that's all that they had back then. And I guess this is their processions, or...
Well, it's weird that they put Earth. Usually they don't.
Yeah. So this is what I found. I thought it was really interesting, this book. But, they have been faking space since earlier than 1700s. 1700s, they've been faking geology. We just showed you right here, their philosophy on geology, 1738, 300-year-old book right here.
It's
They're faking waterfalls. And in my opinion, they're faking volcanoes. And here we go here. I'm going to show you guys this real quick. This is interesting. 90 years of our changing views of Earth. Now here in this photograph, it says, these are their words, not mine, okay? The first photograph ever made shown laterally the curvature of the Earth. Read the original caption in the May 1939 issue of National Geographic magazine. The photograph taken 21,000 feet above Villa Mercedes, Argentina, showed that the Andes Mountains, 287 miles away, as well below the expected horizon of the Earth. Horizon if the Earth was flat. Okay, but look at this. There's no curvature in this picture. There's no curvature. It's straight across, right?
Yeah.
But they're saying that this picture proves that the Earth is flat, round, spherical. Go down here. Look, here's their diagram. Their diagram does not even match their picture that is flat going across the horizon. This is the horizon line right here, going straight across. It's flat. But their diagram has a curve. You see this? A diagram illustrating the curvature of the Earth as shown in the accompanying photograph, which would be this right here. Read the original caption, blah, blah, blah. I just read that. Okay.
Yeah, because they only see like the top part, but they didn't have like a zoom camera like today that we can like actually bring up the entire mountain if you zoom in, you know. So
Yeah, but again, it's level, it's flat. There's no curvature on either side of this photo. And if we lived on a ball, it wouldn't matter how high you go. You're going to see a curve. There's no way you can't see a curve. You understand? I've flown in a plane. I can't tell you how many times. I've never seen a curve. Even when I didn't know that I was on a flat Earth, I'd never seen a curve. If you're ever hear somebody say that they were in a plane and yeah, they saw the curve, they are lying to you. 100% they're lying to you. And that whole thing about the windows on the plane, that's all bullshit. There's no curvature at all. And again, like you see here, their diagram shows their fake curve. But when you look at the picture, it's straight across. So I'm going to drop this link as well. You guys can check that out. I like to share all my source information with you guys so you know exactly what I've looked at. Okay, hopefully that worked. All right, we did that. This. Connect. Okay, so I want to talk about this real quick because I have a drop that we're going to play real quick. Again, we've said that mountains are actually buildings. Let me come off the screen share real quick. Mountains are buildings, okay? They're melted. They've been melted during an extreme heat event, some type of cataclysm. I don't think that directed energy weapons of ancient times would be responsible for all of what we see across the plain. I will say that I think in India, they definitely had Vimanas and they probably had some kind of directed energy Fajara weapons of some sort. I would not doubt that. However, I don't think it is the cause of all the extreme melt that we see across the plain. With Shipu, we've recently showed a temple from India that's all melted. Remember the melted India temple, Shipu? That could have been in some ancient war that they did that to that. But I do not credit all of the melt across the plain to directed energy war.
yeah, because that one is like clearly melted from the top part. You know, you see all the top parts are like melting down, but the bottom are okay. So it could have something. Yeah.
That
But we
being
know
said,
that they have some kind of thing. We heard like a lot of stories of some kind of the Ark of the Covenant, one of the oldest stories of some kind of weapon, some kind of energetic frequency weapon or something, you know. But
yeah, there's too much melt to blame on just directed energy weapons. It's plain wide. It seems to have been some type of cyclical cataclysm that takes place or whatever. But I don't want to argue about this point either. I don't want people to get stuck on, oh, well, I think it was an ancient war, or, you know, whatever. I think it was a natural thing from God. Okay. It doesn't matter. These are melted buildings. They're not mountains. And we know that everything that they're telling us is a lie. How we get to the truth is one thing, but to argue about each point, which we may never have the exact answers that we're looking for, but we're getting really close to those answers. Like in my opinion, it could be part war weapons, directed energy weapons from the past, and it could be mostly God's judgment, what we're calling God's judgment. So for me, it could be a little bit of both. It just depends on what location I'm looking at and that particular time. So I don't want people to get wrapped up in butting heads with each other or other channels or other information that other people are putting out. What we can agree on, that shit is melted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's clearly not natural and took millions of years to form. So let's just stick with that and keep moving forward. I'm not going to, go back and forth either way on that particular topic. I just wanted to make sure you guys knew where I stood on that. I know there's
Welcome, Faxi. Yes.
What's up, guys?
We got some Mandela affected people in here.
Nice.
Because they're singing the Phil Collins song In the Air Tonight.
Yeah.
I always thought myself was oh Lord.
Oh Lord, yeah.
But that's not the real thing now. Today, it's hold on.
Yeah.
The lyrics for it is hold on. So it's crazy.
Yep. And the Mandela effect is just one more sign, in my opinion, that we are at the end of the short season of Satan. And so much is being revealed and uncovered, and it's unprecedented what we're seeing happen. The amount of knowledge and truth that has been coming out over these last 7 years is phenomenal. And it's almost too much to take in sometimes and digest. And what's up, Stacy? And try to see how it all fits together. They're hoping we don't figure this all out, but we are, and it's inevitable. So enjoy the ride, enjoy the truth, and buckle up because it's going to get crazy. Let me see what else I have here for you. Okay, we're going to look at Vesuvius real quick. Let me get back into a screen share. I found an interesting picture that I hadn't seen before.
Your pants got a message for you.
Oh, hold on. I can't see it. With her sexy summer suntan. Goodness. Yeah, it's on. I got a new shirt. I got me a little white muscle shirt with Meltology 101 on it. And these are about like $22 I paid for this one. Jamie just got one in black. She loves it. She got a medium. She said it fits really good. I like it too. I would like it if it was a little bit looser, but anyway, if anybody's interested, I could definitely get these for you. Yeah, I laid out a few days, the last couple of days. I get tan really quickly, so it's not like I have to lay out and lay out and lay out and lay out and lay out. And I use organic coconut oil, so it's really good stuff. Nice. It's good for inside your body and out. Let me see here. All right, let me get back into the screen share. I am so excited to be doing this show with you tonight, Chapeau. Class is definitely in session, guys, and it's just unbelievable, this stuff. Okay, here we go. Can you see this, Chapeau?
Yes.
This is World War photos, but it's only one photo. It's one photo that I hadn't seen yet, and it's the Douglas A-20B Havoc, number 62. It's called Marty 1, I think, of the 47th.
That's the plane.
Yeah. Marty 1 of the 47th. I don't know if that's BG for bombing or whatever. And then Etna, it says Etna. It's really weird that it says Etna. Okay. But I was looking for more photos of our planes being around volcanoes during wartime. And this one, I don't know if this is, this could be Etna. I don't know.
It could be Etna, yeah.
Because I was looking for them flying around other volcanoes besides Vesuvius. And sure enough, here's our plane with the star on it right there. That's one of our planes. And this is either Etna.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it says Etna here at the end. But we also have them flying around Vesuvius as well. I'm going to show you that in just a second. But there it is, guys. Why do they have our planes in 1944 flying around all these volcanoes? And it's more than just Vesuvius, okay? They had plans for these things. Okay, benchmark, March 17th, 1944, the most recent eruption of the Mount Vesuvius, Isn't that convenient that the most recent eruptions just happens to be when we're in Italy, because we're the Allied forces in World War II. It says 4.5 years into World War II, the residents of San Sebastiano, Italy, a Neapolitan village on the western slope of Mount Vesuvius, had already endured much misery, dictatorial rule, invasion, occupation, and bombing.
Yeah.
In mid-March 1944, they faced yet another catastrophe. This
Imagine.
one, natural disaster that would destroy their town.
No coincidences. You know,
Yeah.
I have only one thing to say about
Bullshit!
again.
That's right. Okay, so it says on March 17th, Mount Vesuvius began erupting. That over the ensuing weeks, when half rained down rocks the size of basketballs, covered some areas up to a meter of ash, and released a slow-moving wall of volcanic rock. And yeah, it's slow moving, all right. If you ever see that video that's out from when this supposedly happened, it's all cut up and spliced up first off, and it's just like at a slow crawl. It's really funny. It says U.S. newsreel recorded the eruption and the evacuation of San Sebastiano residents, who assisted by the Allied soldiers, piled household goods and belongings into wagons as lava advanced towards the village. Okay, and then
now they are the good guys. You know, they have protected people, but they have caused the fucking thing. That's always what they do. You know.
Exactly. And when you see the footage from 1944 of this, it's very choppy. It's black and white. It's crude. It's not. So you have to understand, 1944. After the war, we have a lot of advancements technologically that come out to the public after wartime. During wartime, they keep all this stuff hush-hush, all their high-definition cameras and shit like that they use for spying on other countries and flying over their shit and taking photographs was not available to the public yet. It was going to be becoming to the public because people are going to be out there and they're going to be making shit tons of money off of it. But they don't need people going up to Vesuvius and looking in and taking pictures and zooming in on stuff that's in there that they don't want people to see, which is why I feel like they bombed it. Because I don't think that they were pushing and pulling pregnant women and old ladies all the way up to the top of Vesuvius to watch it bellow out some smoke or whatever. You know, that just doesn't even make sense.
No, exactly.
Okay, so it says 1944 eruption of Vesuvius. The volcano most recent occurred 72 years ago this month. Okay, dude, whatever the date is for this article. Okay, it was the worst eruption of the volcano since 1872, 72 years prior. Of course, the most famous eruption of the volcano long occurred 79 AD, which is Anno Domini, just so you know. After a century of inactivity, Vesuvius unleashed voluminous clouds of hot gas and ash, along with rocks, pyroclastic flows that entombed Herculaneum and Pompeii, killing an estimated 30,000 people. Bullshit.
Yeah, I'm not on it, but that's what it is. You know,
that's what they say. This is their account of it, and here you could see some of the ash that landed on stuff and everything. They have some more pictures here, where, of course, us, the Allied forces, right here it says Allied forces managed to evacuate, clean up much of and rebuild of the villages stuck by Vesuvius. Okay, Sorry, it's a little small for me to read there. So the Allied forces just happened to be around to clean up, this, and it's really not a lot of ash. It's. They said it was a meter of ash, right? If you really look at this really isn't that bad.
No.
And you would expect to see this type of, I would think, ash or dust cloud of stuff, debris after they bombed it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
So,
Fax, he had like some kind of question or just a question for himself.
yeah, sure. What is it? I can't
Yeah, he
see it.
was wondering if the original purpose of these volcano building was other uh, than other structures adding to their volatility. But we like, and also he said like EV battery fires. Yeah, we did a show called Any Question, and we compare these buildings with these batteries.
Mm-hmm.
They caught fire because they crossed what they call I can't remember the name of it, tendrils. They create tendrils when the energy is created, and this tendrils looks like towers if you would pierce like the ionosphere, but in a battery the tendril pierces like the barrier between the two, and it creates a short, and that's how it takes fire. And yes, these volcanoes could possibly be the building that had real power, powering in like a lot of places around, you know.
Yeah.
But
I liken Vesuvius to the Tower of Babel. I think that there was more than one Tower of Babel. When you see ancient depictions of the
yeah,
Tower of Babel, they usually show other ones around it in the background, maybe not as large as the
yeah,
Tower of Babel
couple
itself.
types, yeah, yeah,
Um, in my opinion, Vesuvius looks like it was much higher and it has collapsed down on itself, like we see at
yeah,
Agashima. That is supposedly a volcanic island that people just happen to take up residence in. I mean, why do people want to move into volcanoes, right?
yeah. But all
Anyway,
these places, these towers, it must have also had like running water for
yes.
cooling, you know, also inside of them. So that's why
I
we
mean,
also see a lot of steam coming out when we see those volcanoes, because it's
that's
water.
true too. But
Yeah,
also, we have these things that are called smoke bombs. The military uses them. Some of them are yellow. They look like sulfurous. Some of
yeah,
them are just white and stuff. And it would be nothing for them to just throw some of them in there.
yeah.
I mean, it when I
But
think about it, it's so easy for them to fake these things.
yeah, yeah, with all they have today. But remember the concoction, it's
Mhm.
include you need water also. So.
Absolutely, absolutely, yes. Here's some more of the cloud coming out of Vesuvius. I think it's very edgy looking right here. That's strange to me. That's always bothered me right here in this middle part of the picture where it's got this sharp edge here. I don't know why that's there, but I'm just showing it to you. And let me see what other ones they have here. That's Naples across the bay looking at Vesuvius. Like I said, on the maps, Naples is here, guys, right here on the coast, comes all the way around like a curve right here. You can't miss Vesuvius. It's right there. It looms over everything. So why isn't it on the early maps? Why do they have another town right here where Vesuvius is supposed to be?
Yeah.
They say during the eruption, 26 Italian citizens were killed, which is a pretty low number. 12,000 more were, I think, displaced. Oh, look. Most died near Salerno. Salerno, Italy. That's my
That
maiden name, guys. My family's from Salerno.
okay. So it died from the ash. I've never seen pictures of the ash in Salerno.
Me neither. No, they only show San Sebastiano right here.
Yeah.
Hot ash boiled a water tank, which exploded, killing 2 children. Huh. Okay, so I'm gonna drop this link as well so you guys can examine it more.
That's weird. The closest part, only 2 children, and most of them were Salerno. There's other places around, but looks like Salerno got bombed during that time.
Yeah. again, their narrative for this 1944 eruption does not make any sense to me at all. Once I realized, and you can read other articles talking about how they were flying around it after the eruption. So they were flying around it before the eruption, clearly here in this picture during the eruption and after the eruption. And oh, these planes just happen to be warplanes that have bombs on them. So there's that. Okay. Now let's get to the concoction that that they've had since the 1700s for making a volcano.
Oh, you're going to play? Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, I think I'm going to play this one. I don't know if I'm far in enough for it.
Yeah, you're right at the right spot.
Tell me if you can hear this, though. I don't know if I put the volume on.
No, I don't.
No? You didn't hear it? All right, let me do the screen share again. I don't think I did the audio this time. We got 36 people here. What's up, guys? Getting back into a screen share. Get the audio on. And we're going to listen to a little bit of this video here. All right. Where are you at? Okay.
Create localized mudfloods and seemingly targeted and can be timed to initiate down to the hour. As usual, I'll leave all...
Okay, he said it can be timed and initiated down to the hour, which means this is specific, okay? They know the concoction. They know exactly how long it takes. So if they're 8 to 12 hours out, they want something to pop off, they got it. They know exactly what's going to happen. So it's not like it's unpredictable or anything. This a supposed experiment or whatever it is that they're doing here.
All the links in the descriptions below I have used, and you can dig as deep as you wish later. So let's start on the first one and look at some of the entries made in various publications over the years pertaining directly to what I see as the possibility of a method of creating mudfloods. Let's take a look at these.
Okay. Oh,
how do you escape the heat if you don't have...
I don't know why that popped in there. Okay, so he mentions mud floods here, guys, but what the basis of this is how they're have a concoction for volcanoes. They weren't into the melt back.
And also, they don't even know like when a volcano will really pop up. You know, when there's no sign, and the only sign that is, it's like there's earthquake before. Mm-hmm. But as you will see in this concoction, the same concoction create earthquakes as well, you know.
Absolutely, yes.
Some very old books, and we'll just go through the tags as you can see them yourself here. So the first one, the first window I've put up is a collection, but of pages from, and as you can see over here, it's the Elements of Science and Art, a new edition. Now, remember that title. Now, this is about the turn of the 1800s or something around there. But you can quite clearly see in the index that it says how to make an artificial volcano, artificial lightning, fireworks, and so forth. So the artificial volcano, what you do is when you get to these sites is you just click the page number and scroll to wherever it is, in this case, 411. Now, the title of it, Elements of Science. So that's basically wherever I put the search term in the word artificial. So you can see here the volcano. So if I pop that in to 144, we jump straight to it. And so here's where it gets interesting, folks. It actually gives you the recipe to create an artificial volcano, which is why I put an 18+ warning on this. This is for research purpose only, so please don't go and play with this in your backyard. So this curious experiment, which enables us to assign a very probable cause for volcanoes, we are indebted to Lemery. He goes on to say, mix equal parts of pounded sulfur and iron filings, and having formed the whole into a paste with water, bury a quantity of it 40 or 50 pounds, for example, at about the depth of a foot below the surface of the earth. In 10 or 12 hours afterwards, if the weather be warm, the earth will swell up and burst, and flames will issue out, which will enlarge the aperture, scattering around a yellow and blackish dust. It is impossible that it is not impossible that what is here seen in miniature takes place on a grand scale in a volcano, as it is well known that they are always furnished in abundance of sulfur and also metallic substances. So that's just one instances, but it gives you the ingredients there, folks. So keep that to yourself and don't be silly. Next one, very much the same thing, but here's the thing, completely different publication, a historical account of earthquakes extracted from the most authentic blah, blah, blah. Again, it's not exactly a modern book, but so here we are, page 9, to make an artificial earthquake or volcano. Again, they seem to have stuck to the same. Take 20 pounds of iron filings, so add the same amount of sulfur, mix and temper the whole together with a little water to the constituents of a pate, a paste. Then by putting it 3 or 4 feet underground, it will perfectly begin to heat, and in a few hours the earth will begin to tremble and crack, and fire and smoke will burst through. Such is the effect. Even if 2 cold bodies in the cold ground, there only wants a sufficient quantity of this mixture to produce a true Etna.
Boom, baby.
If it was supposed to all burn out under the sea, it would produce a water spout.
Okay, guys,
or water front.
And they had to have put it underwater. Okay. So they're saying if you put it underwater, you're going to get a water spout. If you put it in the ground, you're going to get an Etna, and they go on and on here.
It were in the clouds, the effect would be thunder and lightning. Very, very frightening. This composition.
That's interesting, though, because that harkens back to them controlling the weather. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
Is an artificial kind of pyrites, which has all the effects of the natural and which requires no more than a little moisture for it to set on fire. Moving on to the next one, folks. Again, I'm going to go for artificial and wherever it might be. So let me get rid of this. So in this one, we're on page 97, and this is the Transactions of the Royal Irish Academy, Volume 21. This is about 1887, I think, chaps. Now, I know it's hard to see, so I'm going to try and see if I can. So here we are on page 97. Now, the recent improvements in the art of exploding at a given instant large masses of gunpowder at great depths under the water gives us the power of producing, in fact, an artificial earthquake at pleasure.
An artificial earthquake at pleasure means whenever they want, guys, whenever they want. We have to not only decipher through all of the BS that they've sold us all our lives, but now we have to actually rethink every earthquake, every natural disaster, supposedly, every hurricane, even that tornadoes that have destroyed everything, all of it, because they have the means. At pleasure, they can do this.
You can command with facility a sufficient impulse to set in motion an earth wave.
That is a tsunami, okay? A tsunami.
That shall be rendered evident by suitable instruments at the distance, probably of many miles, etc., etc. So they clearly went into the dynamics of creating their own earthquakes a long time ago, chaps. And if you add the sulfur and the iron filings, but let's move on. A short time previous to the shock, the sea swells and roars, even though it be dead calm. And more examples here. As I say, there's as many as you want to find, but the last one here, the question, this is kind of like a question and answer book, an easy introduction to the arts and science, it's called. And again, at the turn of the 19th century, an artificial earthquake may be made thus, and then it gives you the same ingredients of 10 or 15 pounds of sulfur and as much of the filings of iron, and knead them with common water into a paste. This being buried in the ground will in 8 to 10 hours time burst out into flames and cause the earth to tremble all around to a considerable distance. Now, obviously, if you were to increase these quantities, then obviously the distance and devastation would be comparable. From this experiment, we have a very natural account of the fires of Mount Etna or Vesuvius and other volcanoes, they being probably set on fire at first by the mixture of such metal and sulfurous particles.
See that?
So basically what they're
You see this here, what they just said? That's very interesting. It says, from this experiment, we have a very natural account of the fires of Mount Etna, Vesuvius, and other volcanoes. They're being probably first set on fire. I can't read that little
by
part.
the mixtures of such metalline and sulfurous particles.
Yeah, but they're saying first set on fire. Okay,
Yes.
like it's being first like activate. It's very interesting the verbiage here. I'm just saying.
way back then is not only can you make your own volcanoes, but they also know the chemical mechanics of volcanoes and lava outpours, which is literally the mixing. They've got the mechanics and they can transfer those mechanics simply into what we've been describing here.
Now, let's pause this. This is not theory, okay? This is fact, okay? Because they've done these experiments. They have the mixture. They know what it would do underwater. They know what it does when you bury it in the ground. They know what happens if you release it in the sky. You're going to get thunder and lightning, all this stuff. You can create a tsunami with it. So this is not theory or concepts, if you will. This is fact. And that's what I'm going on. I'm looking for facts that prove the theory that we've already had, that these volcanoes are fake. They're not what they're telling us they are, and they don't happen the way they tell us they do.
Yeah. So let's go back to the episode because I want to show you one more example of this chemistry at work that is much, much older. I'll see you there. Now, given the earliest entry we saw there, I would like to make a guess and say this was known long before the printed book came to the early Victorian mainstream. This information is straight out of the ancient book of the mystic arts. This is the sort of stuff Merlin would have used and bathed in the glory of being head mage at the fabled court of Arthur. More to the point, it is evident, and with this detailed knowledge, that it existed as far back as the 1700s, and one can only imagine the modern evolution of that technology. And keep in mind that all oil rigs are not created equal, and telemetry can be tracked and traced. And there are some pretty inventive hull designs on certain ships which allow under the waterline operations to take place.
Mm-hmm.
But apart from that, I'm sure you have already considered the basic chemistry lesson that we have all learnt here and written so long ago, and that knowledge being used in countless events which were logged as natural disasters is a very strong possibility.
Exactly. So he's even positing here that in many of the natural disasters that we were told were natural were most likely not natural.
Yeah.
To consider the question, I want us to take a quick look at what the academics have stated when describing what is known as Greek fire. Now, I know it might not be the exact same thing, and for those of you who don't know what that is, you're just about to find out. But a quick note, now that you know the basic chemical ingredients we've just discussed and seen, perhaps you can make a more informed conclusion than that claimed by the experts on the following. So here we are on our final port of call, history, science, news. What is Greek fire? Discover the secret weapon of the Byzantine Empire. An ancient incendiary weapon used by the Byzantine Empire. Greek fire involved a heavily guarded formula.
You know, he's saying Byzantine, it's Byzantine.
Yeah. But you're going to play all the rest because it has nothing to do with...
Right. Now, I wasn't sure if there was any more here. I thought he was going to say something. But I'm dropping this link in the chat for everybody because the links that he is using in this video is below in his description. And you can find those books by clicking on those links that he has provided, which we've already saved them and we have them as well from the first time we did this video of the actual books that you can pull up that he was just reading on there. So for me, that was a boom baby moment when we found that video. And it was just more, I mean, like I always say, guys, when you're in line with truth and you're following that truth, the truth flows to you. And this information flowed to us. And, you know, I had already found the statue head in Vesuvius. So how do you prove that Vesuvius was a building? So, you know, statues are in buildings. They're not in volcanoes. Also, all the ancient depictions, or not ancient depictions, but early depictions of people that were drawings and stuff of people going up there, just hanging out around the volcano while it's steaming and doing stuff. You know, these are all drawings and stuff like that, but they make it seem like, oh yeah, it was no big deal. Everybody just loved to get carried up there on sedan chairs and pushed and pulled up there with ropes and stuff so they could get all the way up there to look over and see what's going on inside there. I don't think they would be doing that if this was an actual, real, natural occurrence. It would be a danger to people, especially if you're pregnant. I mean, what if there's some noxious gases going off up there? You really want to be up there pregnant? I'm just saying, it doesn't make sense. You got to make it make sense. And tearing apart these narratives, we start to see these ridiculous aspects to their narrative. Almost as ridiculous as the imperial crown of Russia, where they say the queen demanded this crown to be made in 2 months. They had 2 months to make this crown. In, what was it, the 1700s, I think it was? Somewhere right around the 1700s. Okay, they didn't even have electricity. 2 months they had to make this crown. You look at the imperial crown of Russia, 2 guys made that in 2 months. I guess they worked round the clock in the dark and everything by candlelight to make this thing, but it's incredible. So that narrative doesn't make any sense either. One size fits all.
Yeah, I got like these short videos of the concoction itself, you know.
Okay, great. I have to step away in about 7 minutes to we're going to play the Antiquitech buildings video while I'm stepped away for just a few.
Okay. This one, no, this is another. This is not the concoction that you're talking. This is something that we can do today. This one, I think there's no need to light it up. No. You see this one combust on itself.
Mm-hmm. Now this, if this looks identical to what they call a shield volcano. The way he poured out that ash, and it was like a little cone there with a dip on the inside before he poured that liquid in there. It looks like what you already see out there in Arizona and many other places. They're called like shield volcanoes right there.
Yeah.
So if that thing was already sitting there and they wanted to make it look like it was doing something, according to their geological narrative, they would only have to come along with this mixture of whatever that was he just poured in there, and that's it. Boom. Look what it's going to do. Oh, look, it's going off.
Yeah, this one makes a big lava flow and some ash fall all around it.
Yep. So you just have to imagine this on a massive scale, guys. This is what we're talking about.
So this one, is it this one, the iron filing? No. Sulfur and iron sulfide initiated by heat. Because this one would need a catalyst. This is the same, almost the same. That's what they told in the book.
Uh-huh.
So this is, you can see like the sulfur around it.
Yeah. And what do we see around all these volcanoes, guys? Sulfur. We see that yellow coating all over everything. That to me, again, is telling me that these are artificially.
And what they call like obsidian, you can see that all this steel and has become like an obsidian type of rock.
Absolutely. we have fields and fields of lava and stuff, that look just like this all over the place.
Yeah. This one just another type of with water vapor. You will see that this one creates like once it start it's propagate itself. You will see like
I mean, just look at it, guys.
this one is more like what they show you like when we see lava pouring out.
Uh-huh. It is absolutely no problem at all. As a matter of fact, I think this would be easier than them faking space. Boom, baby.
Yeah, look at this cone,
Right, right.
But you're gonna show something else about these, I guess, when you come back.
Okay. Yeah. So I think right now what we're going to do is we're going to play the Antiquitech buildings. Okay. Do you have that uploaded by onto StreamYard now?
I couldn't because it's more than 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. So you can play it with the volume. You screen share that. And then if I'm not back by the end of that clip, I want you to play a song, one song. I should be no problem after that. Whatever song you want. And then we're going to get into the meat of this presentation, which is, a structure that they thought was a volcano all this time turns out to be not a volcano.
Yeah. All right. So are you ready to go, Jen? Or?
Yeah, I'm going to get ready to step away for a little bit. And guys, I want you to pay attention to this video. If you haven't seen it before, it's all reading. You have to read it, okay? But this explains how the Antiquitech works on these buildings and also the cathedrals and the basilicas as well. And it's very thorough. I love this video.
So
I'm gonna dip out of here and I'll be back.
All right.
Let me stop cam.
All right, guys, we will be back after this short video. Oh shit. Hi guys. I was rolling a joint. I had to stop. Oh yeah, that's great video. It's on Jen's channel. I put it in the chat. Could put it again. She got. All right. I didn't even finish. But I got time to make a coffee, so it's all good. Okay, so what can we do while waiting for Jen? Yeah, I have maybe some videos you could look at. Oh, this one's funny. Johnny, this one's for you. This is what... all right. So when I'm listening to Johnny, this is what I do. Just eating a lunch. Just doing a show. Eating. Yeah, did you ever go play in a park to see? Oh, hi, Natalie. Welcome. Redbricks Investigations 1. St. Thomas. I don't know what you're referring to. What else? Oh, yeah, we can show this one. Is it this one?
All right, I'm back.
Jen is back. Hey, Jack.
Yay!
I was looking for yeah, Pants. I think think he just hangs there and have fun looking at people, I guess.
What did you see? What are you talking about?
No, I just showed a video of a squirrel listening to a guy playing saxophone in a park. And the squirrel is just sitting there eating his nuts while listening to him.
Nice.
Yeah.
We saw a video. Was it? I don't know where I seen it. Could have been a CFM show where the pigeon was like dancing.
No, yeah, the dancing pigeon. Yeah, I've seen it like
That was
a couple
crazy.
of times.
So did you play a song after the Antiquitech buildings, or did you just go into screen share?
No, didn't have time to play a song. So
Good. Well, it all worked out. What
but
is up
I
there?
was going to show like just another thing. Oh, Juan, welcome.
You're a little tardy, Juan. We're gonna have to hit you with the tardy. You know why? Because we can. That's why.
Don't be tardy for the party.
I don't feel tardy.
Love you, Juan. Juan's been with me for a long time. Juan and I met at the first Flattoberfest that I went to back in 2020. And he is an awesome guy. Very super sweet, nice. Spent some time with me and my mom hanging out. One of the nicest people I've ever met.
Okay, the song St. Thomas. Yeah, thanks.
Red
Yeah,
Brick
so
Investigations is here. Who's this Red Brick Investigations? Is anybody we know? It's a good name. I like it.
So I'm just gonna play this one because what you're going to go into, it's mountains are buildings, and
Yeah.
this one's one perfect example of a mountain. Because if I could show you the before they excavate this place, I have some pictures of it.
I definitely want to see the pictures because they didn't know that this was structured. They just thought it was a mountain, right?
No, the only thing that you could see was old structures on top of a hill, like this, look, like
Right.
this, and some houses that were sticking up, and people would have built like their houses on top of it. But I think they had to remove all the people that were living in this hill because in the before the excavation there was like houses all over the place.
This is reminiscent of what we've seen in Armenia, that location where all the hillsides was all brick. It was all with that suspension bridge going over to it, remember?
Yeah, this is in Turkey, you know.
Well,
Just
it's the same
near,
kind of area. Armenia and Turkey are right next to each other, I believe.
yeah, I think so. Near, at least near.
Yes. In the vicinity for sure.
But yeah, if you want to see the picture of it before, I can.
So they want you to think that they carved all this like ants in an anthill, that, people just had nothing better to do. They carved all this stuff.
Yeah.
And the reason they say that is because of the heat striations they find on the interior spaces of this said building.
Yeah, look at
They
this.
say that they're pickaxe marks. But yet you'll find brick.
Oh, I have a picture, a nice picture with Jen. You can see like the pickaxe marks over the bricks.
Oh yeah,
You can
nice.
see the bricks under like the covering with some pickaxe marks that they call,
Right.
But yeah, I can. I will try to find the picture of it before. Okay, so
What's up, Natalie? Glad you made it again to this live stream. You were here last time too, and I'm really happy to see you back around. I'm glad you have some free time.
right. Am I share? No, I'm not sharing. All right, present share screen again. All right, so this is the folder. Like this is the place.
Wow. It is that whole thing that they're calling a hill or a mountain. That
Yeah.
whole thing and the one behind it. Go back a picture.
And on top, which one?
Right. See the hill behind this one? Yeah, that one you were just on before this one. Yeah, that one. The hill behind this one. Yeah, it's probably the same.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it would have to be.
And what they say here, there's a medieval castle on top. You can see the castle.
Wow.
See they just
look at it. They only did this one side. If they did the whole thing all the way around, they would find, they don't even want to try to find anymore, I bet.
Yeah. So here, look, they're just here, but wait, where's the picture of?
This is very volcano looking as well.
Look, this is what it was.
It's just like Santorini, even like the terracing.
You see,
going up, yeah, and house on top of house on top of house.
Yeah. So this is what it looked before the excavation. You can see it was just a hill.
Wow.
This one. But look, here only like a part has been excavated.
It's just like Herodium too.
Yes.
They're not going to tell you this isn't natural. They're going to say, oh, well, they just carved into this hill. But the whole hill is the building. Look at these walls popping out everywhere.
Yeah, and you can see that this church is completely flooded by the flood.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
and if this top part would have melted down where this circular fort thing is on top, because it's circular. Oh, look at that. That's a money shot right there.
Yeah.
Again, it's very volcano-ish looking.
So here I'm getting the picture of before. Look and see that there's rubble everywhere and bricks.
Nice.
You can see, look, it's all rubble. They're starting like to destroy everything that were sticking out.
Yep.
Look here.
Wow.
You see, but you don't see any what we see in the other pictures,
Right.
Look at that.
Get rid of it.
There's none of it.
The generations after, the ones to come won't even know that any of this even existed, really. They'll just think it was just another hilltop fortress and that's it. It's just natural.
Yeah, look, who's carving melted caves, Look at this.
Yeah, right?
You don't carve this like that.
Go back one picture. All right, right there. On the left-hand side, or the right-hand side, you can see some black brick in there.
Yep.
Yeah, see it? Yeah.
Yeah, all this wall, yep.
Yeah. Okay, now wait, let's just hang on a second here. Go back one picture, please. Okay, where's the pickaxe marks?
Yeah.
You don't see any here.
There's
you don't?
none. No.
Okay, but where you do see them, they tell you they're pickaxe marks. They're actually the heat striations, like here.
Oh, look here.
Exactly. Yeah. Wow. See, look at this one. Go back one picture, please. I'm sorry. That one, where the window and door is down there on the base, right? You can see that there's brick. They used structure to build this. It's not carved looking, you know. But if this would have gotten more heat, it would have blended, it would have like rock curtained over itself, looked like one piece of a wall. But here we can actually see the structure. We could see the blocks. We could see the bricks going block here.
Look here. Look at this one here. You know, you see that this is a structure that was built, but they didn't build this. Yeah.
Right. And why would you put an arch in right there over that big glob?
Yeah.
You got to make it make sense, guys. And Meltology makes it all make sense.
Yeah.
That's why they can't stand it. Look at it. Just look at it. Wow.
Yeah. Entire hill is a building. And even.
I wonder what's under this, like there's probably tunnels going down from the top of this fort into it.
Yes. I think there is, Jen.
Because Herodium, there's tunnels all through that. All kinds of chambers down underneath of it and everything. The whole thing is man-made. This whole thing that we're looking at here is man-made. And you could see the flow of the melt. You could see that it was flowing, like coming down over, like, you know what I'm saying? You could just see, Yep. Unless everybody's carving janky, weird windows and doors.
Yeah, exactly.
They're all drunk off that wine. This is why we always point out the terracing in all these locations. This is terraced up as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just wanted to show this little piece, this little pocket of survival. Just amazing, because I tried to find some pictures of this place before, but I couldn't find many. But now I guess I found the right place.
It's just amazing looking. It's this whole area, everything underneath of this. There's probably all kinds of stuff underneath of it. You know, there's so many cities, you know, they call them underground cities, that people carved out for war or to be safe from invaders and all this stuff like that. But if you think about it, it doesn't make any sense. They're bringing cattle down there and all this stuff like that. And these are just remnants of the rest of the building that's still under there and still has pockets of survival.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at that melt. So they refurbished this this little dome here with the tower, I guess.
I don't know if they did refurbish it. Because I think did I put in this? Yeah, probably. You look at the backside; it's all melted.
Yeah.
Because at some look, there's more than one. Probably part of the same one. That one.
Now you would ask yourself, if you're curious, why is it always a dome with a tower? What is the point to this tower and this dome? It's not for worship. Of course, they're going to tell you it's a temple of some sort.
This is the castle that is on top.
Look how cooked it is. Look at how cooked this thing is. Do you think that they built this thing with this black rock up here, all this janky other weird rock? It just doesn't. You got to make it make sense. Nobody builds like that, guys. That is almost obsidian right there.
Yeah. No, exactly. I think there's a spot there you can still see the bricks, and oh, you have to put the cannons.
Of course.
So they put a cannon with an artillery shell. That doesn't even go together, you know.
Exactly. This is props. That's all this is props.
Yes, exactly.
It's eye candy for the fake narrative to be set in your mind. You see that, you see a plaque, you move on.
Yeah, I think you look here, perfect blocks still remain. Look here, look at this side.
Wow.
Look at this one. You can see.
Go back one picture, Shapu. Go back to that last one. If you look, scroll in. Can you scroll in on this one? You could see some brick down there. See it? See these stacked up? Yeah, right where your cursor is and off to the left a little bit. Yeah, all that is, you could see that this was a wall.
Yeah.
You know, because you can still make out the brick pattern there before it gets into this big blob. Yeah, all that. And this blob here is reminiscent to what we see, that smooth part in Vesuvius with the statue head.
Yeah.
You see how this would be sedimentary layers above it and below it, but yet you have this blob that's conglomeration of the whole thing right here in the middle that's very smooth looking. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it goes under.
Yeah, this was intense.
Now look here. Oh, what's that?
Is that a brick? Yeah.
There's even more like on top here.
What's amazing is that this thing is still standing the way it is. But once again, I have to say, when this thing gets superheated and cooked like this, when it solidifies, it hardens back up together. Whatever melted into the thing next to it, and so on.
Yeah,
and so on.
it fused together.
It's fused together, and it's stronger than it was before, even though it looks janky and crazy looking.
Yeah. What Tom likes to say, it's a fuse melt, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just wanted to show this while you were out, but you came back, so I guess.
Very, very good. Very good pictures.
Look, this one's interesting because you can see if there was water.
Do you see that, guys? Okay, we just showed in the beginning of the show, if you weren't here for it, the fake waterfall in China, where you can see the pipes coming right out of the rock, which is just part of the melted building, because buildings have plumbing and water in them, and some buildings still have the water running.
Yep.
Wow. That's really good stuff, Shipu. Very good. Thank you.
It's all beyond language. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome. Welcome. We have 31 people here. We were at 33 for a minute again. Okay, so where did I want to go from here? Okay, let me
yes. No, wasn't a psyop. It happened, but the what they told us about it and the reason to do it was not the same, you know. People went there, yes, because they thought they were defending something, but in fact they were just doing the bitings of the controllers, you know.
Okay, so let me get into the screen share real quick. I wanted to show you guys this. I was trying to think back to how long I've been into Meltology and studying this stuff, and I started to realize it was 2019, and because when I still had my first channel, the True Seeker 69, I had Jerry DeCamp on for a show. Yeah. I also had Jerry DeCamp and Spartan Red on another show together.
Yeah, if you want to see these shows, you need to go to the Ripple Effect archives on BitChute.
Right. And maybe we can drop that link because those shows are still over there. So 2019, and I think it was towards the end of 2019 when I found Jerry and started getting into this stuff and everything. Now, Jerry, this is him here on the right. He is the guy who figured out something isn't right with all this stuff. He's a home inspector, or at least he was doing home inspections. And this is when he started to realize that, especially in the basements of these houses and stuff, you know, one wall's brick and then it's going into like weird janky looking rock with bricks all around it and stuff. And he started to figure out that there was something that wasn't adding up. And he really got the whole thing going with the melt and the X Factor event, some type of extreme heat event that took place, and started to realize that everything that we see around us, including, you know, what we call landscape today, was actually buildings. And he even took it as far as to say that the coastlines themselves and possibly the continents were actually all built out buildings, which is where we are today now with most things that we've been talking about. Back then, when he first put it out there, it was like, oh, yeah, I see the melt, but maybe it's a little much to wrap my head around that part of it. But we have shown on this show, and many other shows have shown it on their shows as well, that when you look at the coastlines, especially Italy, we've gone all over Italy, Tenerife, the Canary Islands, all that stuff. You can see that it is built out. And as you go underwater and start scuba diving around these areas, you can still see more structure. And so I would have to agree with him. The one picture that he had shown on his show that really got me was that Ritz-Carlton one with the columns sticking out. And that for me was my aha moment. But yeah, this was back in 2019 on my first channel. So yeah, it was a long time ago. This here is a depiction of a Masonic drawing depicting, showing Polaris has moved down out of its position. So here where the all-seeing eye is, again, I want to stress that this all-seeing eye just looks like a regular human eye. There's nothing weird about it. It's because it's not the devil. It's not Lucifer's eye. Okay. I think if it was, it would probably be reptilian looking or some kind of, not just regular human looking eye. So that tells me that they're keeping their eye on Polaris, not there's an all-seeing eye keeping its eye on us. Okay. Polaris is this star right here between the two columns, and it should be up here where the eye is, because they're always keeping their eye on Polaris. But Polaris is not up there where the eye is. The Polaris has moved down out of its position between the sun and the moon, which would be these two pillars here, or the sun and the moon right here and right here. I think this one would be the globe model, and one of them is supposed to represent astrology. Again, but it's still showing Polaris moved down out of its position. And then we also have in this picture the arc with the anchor. Okay, you got to anchor this narrative into the mindset for the flood, right? That there's only one arc as well. We showed that there's many arcs. Also, when you look over here to this side, where you see the sickle and something here with wings, this to me is the angel of death, because it's got the sickle and it's got the angel wings, and it also looks like an hourglass, like time is running out, if you see. So to me, that represents the angel of death. Also, I'd like to point out in this picture that I didn't notice before, there's a hill back here that looks very volcano-ish, kind of like the hill we just looked at with that fortification on top. I did not notice that before, but there it is. For me, it's significant considering what we're talking about tonight. Some people might not think it's that significant. But anyway, moving on. This is a picture of me and ODD at the first Flatfest or second one. I'm not sure. I think it's the second one that I went to, that he was there. I met him. This is me and my grandpa.
Nice. Yeah, the second one was with ODD.
Yeah. This one here was, I think, the solar one that they had. The one after October 2020.
Yeah.
And then I went to the last one in Spartanburg. But this is my grandpa. He passed away a few years ago. And I just want to show you guys this real quick. I took this up at my sister's. My mom had this on the wall. This is my grandfather and my grandmother when they got married. My grandma was 16 at the time. They lived on the same street. They all the families all knew each other. And back then, my grandmom's mother had, I know you guys aren't going to believe this, she had 28 kids. A lot died at birth, and there was others that died during wartime and stuff, but 28 kids. And my grandfather's mother had 16 kids.
Yeah.
And then I have this picture to show you, which is my grandfather going off to war. And there he is right there with the pipe in his mouth. He's very handsome.
Nice.
I love my pop-up. I'm going to cry. And then I have this picture, or let me see this one. Oh, that's me. I was showing the hoodies here. I wanted to show the red hoodie. We got this black hoodie. And of course, I have a white hoodie that I wear as well. And what was this one? Oh, this one was another one too. It was pretty cool. Everybody remembers at the end of Star Wars, the first one, they had Chewbacca gets a medal around his neck. But as you know, it's a Mandela effect. When you watch the movie now, he does not get a medal at the end of the movie. But here in this comic, clearly they remember him getting a medal.
Yeah, this is a comic book. I think it was before or after. I don't remember. But this is from the Wikipedia of Chewbacca.
Nice.
So they say that he gets in the description. He say that he gets at the end of the movie a medal. No,
Yeah.
but it's not there anymore.
Exactly. Why would they put that in there if he doesn't get a medal? You know what I mean?
But
It's
then, did you see the new ones that they did later? That like the follow up.
no.
He gets a medal in those ones.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So weird.
It's weird.
Yeah.
All right, this next picture, I forget if I found this, Shapu, or you found it. I forget. It was one of us that found it. But again, this is very telling of what we are looking at all across the plain. It says this pre-cataclysmic ruins are so old that erosion will inevitably, invertibly claim them, starting with their artistry, rendering them indistinguishable from geological formations.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Yeah,
This
if
is
these Titan people, if they would say that, oh, they were giant like statues or structure, I would believe them more. So.
right, exactly. So here they're admitting that, well, they say erosion will inevitably, make it look like indistinguishable from a geological formation. But we know that this is not erosion that caused this elephant to look like part of the landscape here and melted looking. That's not from erosion. That's from extreme heat. But of course, they would have to blame it on erosion. The mysterious and imposing stone elephant of Campania, southern Italy, is currently, I don't have the bottom part of it there. But there it is, guys. They're admitting here that it's going to be indistinguishable from geological formation. Which, hey, Jinx.
Now Jinx wants to be on screen, I guess.
All right, well, let's come off screen share and bring Jinx on because
Here we
here we
go.
go.
Jinx.
There she is.
Yeah,
Hey, Jinx.
two people.
Oh my gosh. She loves her daddy. She's so cute. How old is she now?
Yeah, 7 or 8. I don't even remember.
Oh, she's in the prime of her life, just like my cat Bella.
Yeah.
Let me get back into a screen share real quick because this is all going to tie together here. Sure, we're on big screen for this.
You happy now? No.
Okay, let me get back to the Facebook. Here we are. All right. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. All right, here we are with the elephant. She's so funny.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I want to show this picture again real quick before we get into the articles that we have on the structure that they thought was a volcano, and I want to drive this point home. This is looking down at, I believe, Tokyo in Japan, or it might be a city in China. But take note of how it looks. Okay, guys? Take a close look at how this looks. Okay.
Yeah, we covered this in the what's it called? The show called like Underwater World.
Water World, yes. Now we have, I think this might be Japan because I think this is Fuji here in the background. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, take note of the way this whole landscape looks here. It's completely built out. You can see parallel running streets like here where it curves into the city and stuff. You can see that. You can see all the straight running streets parallel to each other and everything here. Again, same area with, I believe that is Fuji in the background.
Yeah.
Again, taking note of how the streets look, how closely compact and dense it is with buildings.
Yeah, and a big portion of this was all destroyed in the 40s.
Okay, and this is also a cityscape as well. I made it black and white though. But again, you can see how densely packed it is with structure. And also you can make out the parallel running streets. Okay, and then we have this. This is ocean LiDAR of what our oceans look like on the Pacific and the Atlantic side. Again, take note of the parallel running streets and what look to be large buildings here. Extremely large buildings. These ones here, 1, 2, 3 in a row, are very sus, in my opinion. But again, you can see how densely packed it is, and that it looks identical to what we're seeing in these cityscapes, like this picture here. As you see right there, or even this one, or yeah, this one, and this one. Again, you can see how densely packed it is. It looks identical to what they're showing us is the ocean bottom. Like this one here. We've already covered all this, but I'm covering it again. And we've already shown that LiDAR picks up buildings as coming in as peaks like this here. See how there's all these peaks going along here? You think, oh, well, they're just, you know, little mountains under the water. Are they? Are they mountains? Because we know on land, mountains are melted buildings. So what are they under the water? Because these look like parallel running streets. These buildings are perfectly in line with the streets themselves as well. And you can see that it's all lined up. It's perfect. Let me go a little further here. Again, this is underwater map. I believe this part may be towards Australia. It's not the clearest picture, but I just wanted to run through these real quick. Again, this is LiDAR for Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. You can see that there are perfectly straight, parallel running streets here, in my opinion, with buildings and everything. Is this why they tell us that 90% of the ocean is unexplored? Or they don't know what's going on down there and stuff? Well, they do. Yeah, they do. They know exactly what's going on and what all this is. And in my opinion, this is all melted buildings and cities. Again, this is another one, cross section from, this may be the Pacific or the Atlantic side. I'm not sure. I mean, just look at it. Look at how perfect it is. Okay, this is the cityscape right here. I'm not sure which city it is, but again, do you see the perfectly parallel running streets with the buildings?
Yes.
You can't make this shit up. It's right there. Look at it. It's right there. I'm just 1 + 1 is 2 in my book. You know, they've lied to us about everything. I'm not going to buy the narrative that this stuff is some natural geological features underwater.
Yeah. Hi, Freya. She just got here.
Freya, what's going on, girl? I'm so happy you're here. This is at the base of Australia. This part here I found very compelling. Very straight. Let me go a little further up here. Oh, yeah, we just showed that one. Okay, this is Shapu's comparison shots. Or no, this is the one that I took. A bunch of them. In my opinion, they're identical. And as this one down here on the bottom, right here, looks very, very much like this one here, which is underwater. I mean, put a 1 in the chat. If you think I'm on to something, put a 2 in the chat. If you think I'm fucking nuts, it's okay.
Yeah,
I won't mind.
said absolutely right in our face.
It is. It's always been right here in our face, but they gave us a narrative that was taught to us in schools so that we never critically think it out and question it until if you ever come upon this information at all. So they're faking everything that we consider to be real in our reality here.
Crazy John's been funny. He said 1 and 2. So.
Oh, okay. I like it. Now, Shapu made this picture. I really like this one as well. You can see the parallel running streets with the conglomeration of buildings throughout. Just like you see in this cityscape, you see perfectly parallel running streets with the conglomeration of buildings clustered up in there as well. If you LiDAR'd this section, it would not come out with rectangular shaped skyscrapers. It would come out like this with peaks. We've already proven it many, many times on the shows. We've shown LiDAR of many different locations, and we show how it renders different things, like this one right here. This is on land. It was under the canopy of the jungle. This may be the new Mayan site that they found or something recently. Now, see, these temples are shaped this way, so it did pick them up, but they still made them pointier. The LiDAR made them a little pointier. This is also on land as well. LiDAR. Again, more LiDAR. And I found something underwater that looks just like this temple right here. But again, you could see how this LiDAR is. Now, if you didn't know that this was, say, on land or whatever, or it was a temple complex, you might think that this thing was just like a LiDAR of a mountain of some sort or whatever. But no, that's actually a building. Same with this one over here. It looks like it's all muffed up and melted out this way.
In that show, I showed like LiDAR of New York City, and the building looks like they are mountains, you know?
Right. And I may have that picture in here. Again, more LiDAR above ground. I don't think this one's underwater. Same here as well. They found all this road work and everything under the jungle, canopy of the jungle, using LiDAR. And this is in, it's in Thailand, in and around that area there of Myanmar. I think it's called 1,000 Temples or something like that. Again, if this was underwater and they LiDAR'd it, it would look just like, you know, what we were looking at back here. It would look just like this. Or this one here. Yeah. So let me go back over here to this. Oh, shoot. Where'd I go? All right. Go back over here.
Don't worry.
Okay, here it is. Shapu, this is that one we were talking about.
Oh, yeah? When?
This one here where the LiDAR brings it up looking like mountains.
Okay.
See, I don't know if you can see it or not, but it's rendering as what looks like to be peaks of mountains, but these are actually buildings right here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Let me go back one. Yeah, so it's that one, okay. Okay, this is Angkor Wat. It looks like a computer board all day long. Angkor Wat, wattage, Angkor Wat, grid system, component on the grid system. Again, this is supposedly the temple at Angkor Wat, looking like a component in a computer board. Again, this is underwater in Pacific or Atlantic, not sure which one, but you can see that this looks like a cityscape with parallel running streets. Go to this one. This one here is one of my favorites as well. You can see that these are definitely buildings, in my opinion, and not some kind of natural formation underwater.
Yeah.
And
if you want to see the show that we covered this for even longer, it's called, what is it called?
If you go to my channel and go to the live streams and go down a little ways, you'll see Waterworld.
Waterworld.
Because in the movie Waterworld, if you remember, all the cities were underwater. And he was going down and collecting stuff from the cities and bringing them back up. Remember, guys? Yeah. Everything that we knew of that had land was now underwater, and that's where all the cities were. I found that to be very interesting because this is what we're seeing underwater, stuff like this. Cityscapes. Just like this right here.
Yeah, Trish, that's the thing that's most crazy for me about it. They don't know even what's under our waters, but they will tell you what's light years from here, you know, in outer space, you know.
Or they'll tell you that there's a molten core, and how thick it is and all this other stuff when they have no idea. Even if we were on a ball hurtling through space, there'd be no way that they would know that there's a molten core.
No.
It's theory being taught as fact. Just like this crap here. This is all... It's their LiDAR, but they're lying about their LiDAR. and saying this is all natural stuff underwater. Never mind that it looks like a cityscape. Don't compare the two like we have. They don't want you to see that.
Yeah. No, they will tell you that they cannot go down because there's too much pressure and stuff like this. But it's the same thing in outer space. But no, So.
Remember we showed this here, electrolyte melt infiltration for scalable manufacturing?
Yeah.
I think we showed this a while ago.
Jinx, come on.
All right, let me go to this next one here. Fracture patterns.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen these pictures.
Yeah, they're comparing them to what we see in the world, right? Look. They're saying that this is brick right here and this is brick right here. See, brick, pavement. That's interesting. I don't know where I got this picture from. I don't know. What's this one? Oh, and there's that one. Okay. All right. So let's get out of this.
Yeah, me as well, Melanie. But irritating.
Well, what's it?
Oh, because she said her male cat's getting all frisky hearing Jinx.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Let me get rid of philosophy and let's go over to our first article. No, we're not going to go to Gunung Padang. Okay, so yeah, let's just do this one real quick. Gunung Padang. Gunung Padang is an archaeological site located in whatever this word is right here, Cempaka, West Java, Indonesia. Okay, so that's where this is. And we've covered it before. And I also have a clip from what the the geologist who showed up on the scene had to say about it. Let me see here. I just had something highlighted down here. Oh, here it is. They are artificial platforms created by lowering high spots and filling in low spots with fill until a flat surface is achieved. Now listen to this. The terrace perimeters consist of retaining walls formed from what? Volcanic polygonal columns. Of course, it has to be volcanic. They have to have something to blame these polygonal columns on, right?
Yep.
So they say they were stacked horizontally and built vertically as posts. The terrace complex is accessed by a central stairway with 370 steps. An inclination of 45 degrees. Okay, so again, I just wanted to point out there that they're blaming their polygonal columns on volcanic activity. Okay, so let me play my little drop for this because we'll see what this geologist has to say about Gunung Padang. If I can find it. Where is my geologist at? Where is he? Here he is, right here.
When geologist Danny Hillman Nadawanjana saw the pictures of the site, he immediately noticed that the hill of Gunung Padang absolutely did not fit into the picture of the rest of the site. Danny Nadawanjana intuitively saw at once what had remained hidden from all the other scientists until then. Gunung Padang was not just a collection of megaliths on a natural hill. The geologist immediately suspected that the entire mountain had been the construction of humans.
Boom, baby. The entire mountain had been the construction of humans. The entire mountain. And nobody else who was there on site could see it until he arrived and pointed it out to them. And then they saw it. And then they understood it. But even they could not figure it out. Just saying. Okay. So that was my Gunung Padang thing there. And now we're going to go over here. This is what the show is all about tonight, guys. Okay, there is a mystery of El Volcano, a strange pyramid in Peru, built to look like a volcano, leaves archaeologists baffled. So they're like thinking that it was built to look like a volcano, right? But we know better. We understand that this was actually some type of structure, whether it was a pyramid or some kind of a tower, that was actually affected by the extreme heat event and melted down out and away from itself, which is what we see in most places. And this is what they're telling us is here we go. Andua Valley Cinder Cone. Okay, so this is called the cinder cone right here, this here. And then on this side is the pyramid volcano right here. So this one right here. So you can see it looks identical to what they call today a cinder cone or shield volcano. But it's not. It's a pyramid. This one is a pyramid. It's crazy, right? I know, but there it is. I don't know about the video here, but we have something that we're going to read. Let me see here. Radiocarbon dating has revealed the unusual occurrence of 4 total eclipses at the site, which I don't know how radiocarbon dating revealed that there was any kind of solar eclipses. I haven't looked into that yet or how that even relates there, but they're saying that there was 4 total eclipses at the site over the span of 110 years, suggesting it may have been used to celebrate the victory of the moon over the sun. Yeah, okay. It says researchers dug a trench on the south wall of the crater, revealing a collapsed stairwell, a row of adobe bricks, and a fragment of a mud plaster floor 2 meters below the surface. Okay, guys, volcanoes don't have steps and statues and all this other stuff. Buildings have that. They also found the remains of an ancient fireplace below the center of the inner core. Okay. Radiocarbon dating of the heath has traced the feature to about 1563 AD with a potential range of 1492 to 1602. Isn't that interesting? That's very, very interesting because that would put it right after the millennial reign, before the millennial reign being a tower, after the millennial reign, after 1500, the God's judgment, then the short season of Satan. So this would date out to right around after the millennial reign, which would be when it would have melted down, in my opinion. According to researchers, the people living in coastal Peru at the time, known as the Yangas, would have greeted an eclipse of the sun with joy, not fear, okay? By climbing to the top of the nearby San Isidro mountain for a better view, where there are platforms that align with the December solstice sunset, discovered that any ceremony at the site would have been visible, okay? So they're trying to say that this is ceremonial, that they built this whole thing. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to come off of that. Ceremonial, that they would have built this whole thing just for eclipses, right? Because what else are they going to tell you? They have to come up with something. All right, so that's one, right? That's one right there. One article, Daily Mail. Okay, well, I don't trust the Daily Mail, Jen. They're a little sketchy. Okay, well, let's go over here to The Observer. Scientists still haven't solved the mystery of this volcano-shaped pyramid. New findings may prove clues to what the pyramid original purpose was. So they are admitting here that they don't even know what the original purpose was. Oh, this looks very Vesuvius looking right here. Isn't that interesting? The crater of the something volcano in Santa Ana, El Salvador. Okay, so that's what this is, this picture here. A man-made mound in the Napian Valley of Costa Peru have long stumped experts for its unusual shape. El Volcano, as it's known, is a towering pyramidal structure, except that whoever built it also dug a crater at the very top, which makes the mound resemble a quiet volcano from afar. While its shape has long been a mystery to researchers, there are no actual volcanoes in the region, which may have inspired the earthwork. New findings published in the Scientific Journal of Antiquity may prove clues to what its original purpose was, reports Live Science. So there's that, Live Science. Let's see if they have any pictures down here. No, okay. Oh, but wait, we have more. What's this? Live Science. Let's go to Live Science and see what they have to say. Live Science has a lot of ads on it. It's a real pain in the ass. I hate all these advertisements. This volcano-shaped pyramid in Peru has experts stumped. Again, they have the same photo here. A volcano. Oh, sorry. Peru has archaeologists stumped as to when and why the mound was built. Though it may have severed a place for a ceremony. Served as a place for ceremony related to total eclipses. So because they supposedly carbon dated something and figured out that there was 4 eclipses during the course of when this thing was around, that it must have been for that, right? But there's no other volcanoes in the area, so it's not like they're modeling it after a volcano. And in my opinion, the reason why there's a dip in the center here is just like what we see at Vesuvius and also at Agashima and other places where you have the outer rim and the inner core. This one collapsed in on itself at the top. I don't think it was built like that. Okay, but this artificial volcano, a mound or pyramid built by human hands with a crater dug out of the top. And some archaeologists are trying to figure out what it was used for, so they don't even know. And for a while, they actually did think that this thing was an actual volcano. It wasn't until somebody went and investigated it. I don't know if I could play this. I don't want to get in trouble. Let's see here. Can you hear that? Chapeau?
No.
Just making sure. Let me go back and put the volume on here. See what they say with this thing. All right. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you're having fun. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't like this topic. I think we were over here. All right, here we go. Let me close this out. Expand this and see what's going on here. And we already showed this. Yeah, we don't have to play that. Okay, so here is some of the brickwork that they found down in there. It says archaeologists dug a trench to the inner crater of the volcano-shaped mound, finding a collapsed stairwell that descended to a mud plaster floor, which is this right here. Okay. They also found a fireplace at the bottom of the stairwell, full of bits of charcoal and shells. Archaeologists can determine the age of such organic minerals using radiocarbon dating. A sample of burnt material from the hearth showed that the last fire was sometime around 1492 to 1602.
I don't know who wrote this article, but he made like a a typo in the hurt.
Yeah, that's what I was like confused.
Because it's like heart and hurt.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. So that was okay. So we're on our 3rd article right now. We did the Daily Mail. We did the Observer. Now we just did Live Science. Very reputable. Live Science. Let's see what this site has to say. What's this site here? A prehistoric pyramid shaped as a volcano cinder cone in Napena Valley, Peru. Okay, this was another thing that I was looking up on it.
Yeah, that's the entire like archaeological thing. You can download the PDF. It's a couple pages.
Yes, yes. Okay, there it is off in the distance there. You can see it right there. He's looking at it. It does look very reminiscent to a shield or cinder cone volcano. They're all over the place. You can find them all over in Arizona and everywhere. If we went digging into those, would we find more structure? Probably. Let me see what they got going on here. Yeah. I can scroll in on it.
We've showed in the show that we did about Peru. They have some kind of structures that looks not more, because this one's like more rounded,
Uh-huh.
It's the same thing but squared. So they couldn't like say, "Oh, it's a volcano because it's squared," but it's the same thing with the middle like
Uh-huh.
caved in, you know.
Right, right. Okay, I'm going to actually drop this in here because this is a PDF. It goes all the way down. Oh, it goes right there. Okay. And it talks more about the eclipses and all this stuff they're trying to relate to it. But again, here you can see that this structure looks like this. Again, it looks very reminiscent to what we just showed in Turkey with that fortress on the top that was rounded. This is also very reminiscent of Herodium, which has a rounded castle-like structure on the very top as well. That looks like it has a rim around it, just like you would see in a volcano.
Yeah, you can see here that where they found the stairs. This is what they showed here in that plan, you know.
Oh, yeah. You mean these lines here?
Yeah, escalera, it's stairs.
That's the stairs right there. Okay, yeah. Okay, so like I said, guys, I share my sources with you guys so you can check them out yourself as well. So I'm going to drop these links. But let's see over here, because this was that was Vesuvius. And that was Vesuvius as well. So, Shapu, do you have some pictures or comparisons or anything like that that you want to bring up on this?
Not just you can show the only, but I got like pictures, yes, but comparison.
Well, what I'm going to do here real quick.
I can show some stuff, yeah.
Yeah, you show your stuff because I'm going to get up the little video clip that I have on my channel that specifically goes over this particular site because I know I won't get in trouble for showing it because it's on my channel. So let me go back a page here.
But do you want me to show stuff or you're going to show something?
Yeah. You show your stuff and then I'll show this little video on the back end. Oh, yes.
No, these are just other cinder cones that they call cinder cones.
Yeah, they're cinder cones or shield volcanoes. You can find them under.
Yeah. And again, just like Erodium or the other thing, like this one, look, it's been excavated and they found some structures, you know.
Oh, imagine that. Now, where's this one at? What is it?
This is called the Mayan pyramid, so it should be in South America.
It looks very much like a volcano or these small cinder cones.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I will show you like again just another type of, this is the stairs that they found. But what I wanted to show you is wait, where is that volcano? Okay, yeah. So this is what you just showed.
Uh-huh.
But here, this we show. I already showed it in a previous show. This is in Mexico. They call it.
Oh my gosh! Look at this thing.
Yeah, look at this. They call it. Look, it's a volcano. Look here. I don't know. Right. Same type of cinder cones. These ones.
Yeah.
You see.
Uh-huh.
But look what they did. This one, but they excavated a couple of them, or remove evidence. Either one. This is this.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
This one here.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like now.
Wow. That's what? Look at this.
Yeah.
Perfect sedimentary layers there. Yeah, that's definitely structure all day long.
So they called it volcanoes.
Also, you got to ask yourself, guys, why would they build a whole city around these things? If when they're building these cities, they don't even know if these are active or not.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? You would not go build your city right up to the buttress of this thing here, and you don't even know if it's going to ever pop off again. You just might go into the center of it and build your whole town inside it.
Yeah. and you see it's in right in the middle of the city.
Yep.
But it's really hard to find pictures of this place because they're doing illegal. They're not supposed to dig this, but they do it anyway. And a lot of people just protested and nothing happened.
Wow.
But again, they're just excavating the buildings. They're just destroying. I will show you what they're doing with this. Jinx. They're just taking all the rocks and crushing it. Stop
That
it.
looks nothing like what you would consider a volcano at all.
No.
Looks to me like they're trying to hide stuff here.
Yeah, and you'll see this one. No, okay, all right. I don't know. Are you hearing something?
Yeah,
Okay.
I heard
You
something.
can hear like the
I don't hear
machines, like
I don't hear anything now.
they're just crushing all the things. Yeah,
Wow.
again, destroying the evidence. Look at these walls. Look at this melt here. This is a side wall. Look, this
Look
looks
at
like an
that,
arch in
guys.
here too.
Just look at it. That's an arch.
Yeah.
And looks like two windows
Like
or
a
something.
big one and a smaller one, like you
Yeah.
see in
And
temples.
some kind of square openings underneath of it too.
Yeah.
Wow. They're just gonna mill this whole thing away.
Yeah,
Is
so
what they're
they're
gonna do.
doing like this illegal, like
You know what did they do
clearing.
with 9/11? Right, with the towers.
Yeah.
And they got rid of the evidence real quick, didn't they?
Yeah. So yeah, this again, same place. Just looks like a building like crazy, you know, like all around it.
Yeah.
But they say this was a volcano.
Yeah, I'm not buying any volcano narratives at all at this point. And if you still are, but you still think you're on a flat Earth, you have to question. You got to go deeper. And I had a theory that volcanoes were not what they told us. I went looking for proof to validate my theory. I found it, and I continue to find it. We continue to find it, and we continue to bring it to you. So at this point, for me, it's not theoretical. It is fact. They have the concoctions to make it look like something's happening at these locations, and they tell us that it's a natural occurrence.
Yeah.
But
And
we
if
also know
yeah.
that it furthers their globe model.
And like these ones, they will call it dormant. They don't even know the last time that they popped, or if it was popped anytime, So they go and tell you, oh yeah, these were volcanoes, but look what they're doing. You're not afraid of lava or anything? No, because there never was any.
That's right. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you very much. I absolutely love this research, and I'm very, very passionate about it. It intrigues me, and I hope it intrigues you as well. Get your curiosity going. As a flat Earth person who, somebody who knows that I'm not on a ball hurtling through space. Okay. Yeah. It's clearly flat. How big it is and what the shape of it is, I don't know. But all I do know is that everything that's tied to their globe model does not add up on the flat plane. Okay. It's all lies. It's all bullshit. None of this took millions of years to form, and tectonic plates and molten core and all this other BS. So somebody has to step up to the plate and bring some answers to these questions. And this is what Shipu and I do over here on this channel. Yeah. I have questions. You have questions. We go looking for the answers. And, like I always say, when you're in line with truth, it just starts lining up and falling right in place. The puzzle pieces just fall right in place. Like we figured out the cart ruts. And somebody in the chat had a question like, well, don't they ever find any metal in the streets? Oh, well, we found an article that talked about the metal in the streets of Pompeii.
Yeah.
But they say they were filling in potholes.
Yeah,
Never mind the trolley tracks over here. They're cart ruts.
Yeah. I see Faxi just ask if everything is not, where are the bricks? Where did they get bricks? But first the question is, what did came first? The bricks or the soil? And
Exactly.
afterwards, to this question, then you can see that all soil can be made of bricks. So I don't
That
know.
is right. And I have a theory that, I mean, I can't prove this, but it would seem that maybe on a substructure of this plane is a baseline of brick. And what is terracotta? Terracotta is cooked earth.
Yeah.
So
that's why.
I mean, you make it make sense.
Yeah, that's why I say we don't know which came first, the bricks or the soil. So,
Absolutely.
but if the bricks came first, then the melt created all the soil and all the lands that we know. So
Exactly.
and again, this one, did you see what's on screen, Jen?
Yes.
I just thought to brought this one because
This is good.
this one looks like
I forgot about this one.
volcano and stuff, but they say it's a building.
It's a building, guys. It looks like a volcano. And
Because
sure, they could have made this be one of their volcanoes if they wanted to.
Yeah.
But here they're admitting that it is actually a building, and it's called Solomon's Prison.
Yeah. And again,
Hey, Carla, you are late. I'm just saying, you're very late. I got to hit you with the tardy. I'm sorry.
I don't feel turdy.
Welcome. You're going to have to rewind. You missed a lot. You have to stay after class.
yeah, it's late. It's in the morning where she is, like tomorrow. She's in the future.
Well, she gets a pass for that then. Look at this place, guys. They're admitting that this is a building, and it's called Solomon's Prison. Okay?
Yeah.
Wow. And what's down there, I wonder? Because it clearly goes, there's like some sort of entranceway there.
Yeah, there's a tunnel that goes to the ruined city that is like a couple meters away, I guess.
Yep, Trish, Sedona is all terracotta. You got that right. I almost fell out of my chair when I looked up terracotta, what it means. And I'm like, oh, cooked earth, of course. That's what it means.
Yeah. Here they say that it was made by a geological formation, but look at this. All the going up the hill, it's all full of
All building.
ruins, melted blocks, bricks. And look at this.
Sorry, it's getting a sweater or jacket on because the air conditioning's got me a little chilly. Shit. Sorry.
You okay, Jen?
Yeah, I just bumped into my desk.
Yeah, this is the tunnel. It goes to this place. Yeah. Okay.
And this is the same place?
Look, this tunnel.
Yeah.
Goes to the Solomon's prison because.
Oh, okay.
If you're gonna see it from here at one point. I don't know. I don't know this video. I just clicked on it because I've seen it. Will they show it? I don't know. Because you can see it from the vicinity of this place. Oh yeah, right here. Like, see, it's right there. So from this place to the Solomon's prison, there's a tunnel underground. And maybe I want to show. No, not here. Just another. Where is it? Oh, we showed it before in pictures. But this one, I don't know if you're gonna see it. The guy's climbing like the pyramid. But oh, look here.
What is that? Some sedimentary layers.
Yeah, look
Oh
at this.
no, it's brick.
Like,
Nice.
just melted blocks and bricks.
Look at this, guys. Remember you had that one picture where you showed some brick on the pyramid?
Yeah.
And if you
Yeah,
look at the Black Pyramid, I think it is, the Black Pyramid's all
Yeah.
melted and you can see it's all
It's all
brick.
bricks. Yeah, you can see
They
that the
never
other,
talk about the Black Pyramid. Isn't that funny?
all the others are made like with these type of bricks, just like this. You know.
I'm gonna look up the Black Pyramid real quick. Yeah, I got it up right here. Very interesting. We're going to show that in just a second here. Okay, go
You
ahead.
want to go ahead?
No, you're good. You keep playing.
Oh no, it's done.
Oh, okay.
I can play something else, you know.
Yes, play whatever you got there. I just wanted to line up the Black Pyramid since I just mentioned it. I hate to mention stuff like this and not show it, because these are shows that we've done years ago. We covered the Black Pyramid years ago.
All right, so you can go ahead, Jen.
Oh, okay. I thought you had another thing you were going to show.
Oh no.
Okay, hold on. Let me get into this screen share. Okay, guys, we covered the Black Pyramid, geez, I don't know, maybe like 3 years ago. And here it is.
I'll be right back.
Okay. So here's the Black Pyramid in Egypt. You never really hear about it. They never really talk about it. There it is. It's a melted pyramid, guys, in Egypt. And it's all made of brick. You do not see gigantic blocks like the other one. And you can clearly see here, you can see the brick. You can see it. Here's a person right here, okay? Here's the bricks up here. They're not huge, like you see at the pyramid with the casing stones and stuff like that. Again, it's melted. It's all melted. And you can see inner chambers here. Look, you can see spaces in here and stuff. This is the core of the building, just like they show over here in my favorites. If I go to my favorites, let me see here. The Ziggurat of Dur. Okay. I've shown this many times. Okay. I'll drop this link again if I have to. But it says right here, this enormous structure rising out of the desert sands near the Euphrates River resembles a sandstone butte, but is actually made of mud brick. Do you believe these freaking ads all over the place? I hate this. Okay, so what we're seeing here, what remains today is the core of the building, the core of this ziggurat, the core of it. What you're seeing over here on this is the core of the pyramid that's left after the melt. Ask yourself why you never hear about the Black Pyramid in Egypt. I don't like talking about this one. Here's another shot of it right here.
Yeah, there's so many of them that they never talk about, and they find like, I found like each week a new place like in South America that I never heard about. You know, just before the show, I found another place I never heard about.
South America, Peru, all that has a lot of ruins that are not talked about. They're really high up on mountaintops and stuff. There's no narratives on them at all.
No. They have to make a narrative for it, you know. So
look at this one here. What's this? Egypt, Nile, luxury, pyramid mountain. Listen to this. It says Pyramid Mountain right here. Let's see what this says here. Look at this. That structure all day long. So they're calling this Pyramid Mountain. I don't think they're saying it's natural or not. Let me see here. Oh, not found, of course.
Yeah, they will not say it's a building.
What's this one? The same one? All the stuff in these desert area regions, like this place here, we've covered this. It's in Peru. We did a whole show on this. Remember, Shapu, you had amazing pictures. This is also a structure as well. It is not natural.
Yes.
And I do not believe it was ever made of mud brick. I just think that everything got cooked out to the point where it turned to sand and cooked out to the point where they have to say that these were mud bricks. But I don't buy the mud brick narrative at all.
No,
Yes,
because I've seen some pictures that some of them are red, so they cannot get their story straight.
exactly. You can't have mud brick and then clay brick.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's no mud bricks going on anywhere. Everybody was using brick, all brick. And the show we did on this place was really good. I forget what the title of the show was, but again, if you go to the Ripple Effect archives,
Probably Melted Peru. 1 and 2, I think.
it may have been Melted Peru. Yes.
Part
So,
1 and part 2, yeah.
do you have the BitChute link for the Ripple Effect archive?
Yeah, I put it in the chat, but I can just put it back.
Okay. Also, I can't bring up
Because the Peru live, I think there it was on my channel. Let's see. I will have to go look. I think the first one we did live was on my channel. That's why you don't have it.
Right. I'm going to drop this link also in the chat for anybody who's arriving late. We went over this. Their concoction for volcanoes that they've had since the 1700s. They can create earthquakes. They can create water spouts. They can create tsunamis with this concoction, thunder and lightning, all kinds of stuff. Anything that you ever considered to be natural events that were destructive to our environment in any kind of way or have killed people even, this type of concoction can create those same effects. I am also going to go to, let me see here. Oh, I put a 2 in there by accident. Jeez, I had that by accident. Hold on, here we go. All right, let's go here. And I'm going to show this video real quick about the area we were just talking about. Now, I have this on my channel because, first off, the Peru Pyramid volcano is in there, and that was new for me. I couldn't believe it. But in the beginning of this, they talk about Mount Kailash. And Shapu and I had covered Mount Kailash a while back. I forget the name of that show, too.
Yeah, I don't remember the name of that show.
Tell me if you can hear this.
No.
No. Okay. I got to put on the volume then. We're going to watch this video, guys, in its entirety because it's just that good. And it's more validation to the work that Shapu and I have put into the volcano narrative and tearing it apart and helping you to see what we see and to better understand that these things are not natural. They did not take millions of years to form, and they are certainly not fed by a molten core that is tied to their globe model. And kudos to Mystery History for putting this together because they're starting to come to the same conclusions I think that we've already come to. So let's go back over here. And let me put this on higher quality if I can. 720. I guess that's all I got on that right now. Okay. All right, guys, here we go.
Words do no justice to the untouched beauty of this far corner of Earth. A vast, mysterious, and sacred place, embraced and protected by miles of immovable mountains. Monastery.
Okay, just that alone being said, it's surrounded by miles and miles of immovable mountains. It's not easy to access. It's not hospitable environment at all. But yet, there is structure here. So you would have to then conclude that this structure had to have been built in a time when it was accessible and it was hospitable. Okay? But let's continue.
Monasteries built many hundreds, sometimes thousands of years ago, stand in defiance of the elements, precariously placed among the clouds. Many of these very ancient structures are said to have been built on the remnants of once even grander ancient buildings, structures many religions attribute to the gods. Among the seemingly endless mountain ranges lay one mountain which is different, one which is special. It is believed by most of Tibet, and even further afield, that the god Shiva lay buried within this sacred mountain. According to ancient beliefs, this enigmatic Tibetan mountain represents the axis of the world, the stairway to heaven. In many Eastern countries, Mount Kailash is considered the holiest place on earth. Some ancient sources even suggesting it is where one could find the mysterious city of the gods. It is indeed regarded within the climbing world as unascendable. A route has never been located and probably never will. Few have been brave enough to even go near this place in the past century. There may be some profound reasoning behind these ancient clusters of human beings, regarding this particular mountain over all others as sacred and as the resting place of a god. There may, however, be ulterior motives at play when it comes to the discouragement of climbers in attempting the peak. A team of Russian scientists, intrigued by the history and a possible suppression of its true nature, have suggested after covert explorations.
After covert explorations, guys, they had to sneak in here into this area of Tibet and examine this thing covertly because they were not allowed to go check it out scientifically. So they covertly went in here because they had already had ideas that something wasn't right with this whole thing and that it may possibly be some kind of ancient pyramid of some sort. So I'm just going to rewind it a little bit and listen to what he says.
And a possible suppression of its true nature have suggested after covert explorations that the top of Mount Kailash is not a natural formation. It is actually the remnants of a giant man-made pyramid of great antiquity. Just how old this pyramid could be currently remains unclear. What also remains unclear is if the entire mountain is a man-made pyramid, disguised by the erosion of many millennia.
You hear that, guys? The entire mountain is man-made. They have to consider that because the very top of it, where this pyramid-shaped thing is, they've determined is man-made. So what's everything around it? Of course. That's the next logical answer.
Research team claimed, quote, the stratum is horizontal with the layers of stone slightly varying in color. The dividing lines show up clear and distinct, which gives the entire mountain the facade of having been built by giant hands of huge blocks of reddish stone. End quote. A mysterious claim put forward in regards to the mountain concerns rapid aging when in the area. After spending 12 hours in the region, the length of nails and hair was equal to 2 weeks of normal growth in some.
Now that sounds like radiation to me. I heard something like that with the Ark of the Covenant. People who got too close to it or whatever, their hair and nails would fall out or grow longer or something like that. But I think that's very interesting that that's something that happens when you're near this thing.
In cases. Several mystics have said that the mountain has a secret entrance within it, leading to the legendary kingdom of Shambhala. Legend also states that when the ice on its peak finally melts, it will reveal the eye. Professor Ernst Muldashev, Ph.D., a doctor and explorer who traveled Tibet extensively, said later in his life, quote, there are 2 underground countries, the Shambhala and Agartha, which are each part of the gene pool of humanity and civilization. Information provided by the Thule Society shows there is a higher civilization coming from the Himalayas and divided into 2 branches, the Shambhala and Agartha, the former being the center of power protected by unknown forces and energy. End quote. An understanding of what sort of pyramid Kailash could be, or indeed just how special it is, may take several years to establish. I will, of course, keep you posted.
Okay.
Fort Ransom is a small place within the state of North Dakota, USA, that may hold an enormous, yet quietly held secret. In this small slice of the rural farming lands of the United States lies a place known as Pyramid Hill, a small, modest pyramidal mound which is very similar in shape and size to the curious pyramidal mound found in other parts of the world, such as Silbury Hill, a chalk pyramid within the UK. Long argued by a number of funded geologists as a mere natural formation. However, local residents, along with historical accounts within the area, have strongly disagreed with these conclusions, since their predictable acceptance by the academic community. A vast portion of the surrounding population believe, including a number of specialist historians and archaeologists, that Pyramid Hill is in fact that of a man-made pyramid.
Boom, baby.
What's more, they hold to the belief that it is the oldest pyramidal structure on Earth. What makes this site the most interesting, we feel, however, and the reason for this video, is the writing stone which was found nearby some centuries ago. Clearly very ancient cup and ring marks, and constructed to form some kind of communication. They have, however, remained undeciphered. They are incredibly intriguing and are reminiscent of a hybrid between music and Morse code. Yet all
That's what I was going to say. That somebody wrote this song on his rock.
Say that again?
No, that was I was going to say. Somebody wrote a song on this rock.
Yeah, it could be.
have been
Some people say that they sung these stones into place.
No.
unsuccessful. Located in the Cheyenne River Valley in southeastern North Dakota, pitted mysteriously cup and ring marked boulders appear in Saskatchewan, South Dakota, Iowa, and many other sites all over the world. Just who created them remains a mystery.
And that stone that they just showed there with the shine on it, there,
And many other
this is vitrification. When it gets vitrified, it has that shiny glaze look on it. And you see this a lot around the pyramids as well, and other ancient sites throughout Peru and stuff, that the stones have a glaze kind of look to it. That's because it's been vitrified.
Yeah.
other sites all over the world.
Vitrification happens through extreme heat.
Just who created them remains a mystery. Was the writing stone left by the original builders of Pyramid Hill? If so, why is it an unknown language? Who wrote it? Is Pyramid Hill really the oldest pyramid on Earth, built by an unknown culture who clearly spoke and wrote a highly complex and as yet undecipherable language? Perhaps one day we will find out the truth. We recently covered the so-called Inca Road, an ancient stone pathway that stretches an
Now, this is interesting, guys. Okay, it doesn't have to do with volcano-shaped stuff, but this road is enormous, and it's just mind-boggling. So we're going to listen to this too.
astonishing 25,000 miles across Peru, Chile, and far beyond, linking countless.
Let's just pause it right there. Let's just take this in for a second here, okay? This road, supposedly, of what it is running along this melted wall here. I mean, it's part of it. Obviously, you can see it. Look how far down it goes here. That's crazy.
Ancient, as yet unexplained ruins. This enormous ancient road was carved straight through solid cliff faces, along near vertical rock faces, and is an astonishing example of ancient architecture.
Now, what this reminds me of is the Great Wall of China, which runs along many mountain ranges, and I don't even know how long it is. It's a few hundred miles worth of the tops of buildings, in my opinion, that were all interconnected.
Currently claimed as being Incan, and conveniently often overlooked by mainstream academic study. Along with the sites it connects, it is clearly an
Let's pause it right here. This is the polygonal masonry that they show all over Peru, also in Machu Picchu in Peru as well. But look over here. Right above this doorway lintel right here is where it did not go, it didn't melt more into each other and create larger polygonal blocks like you see over here on this side or below it. Right here is not as cooked out as over here. See what I'm saying? I'm just showing you guys that the difference there. I mean, it wouldn't even make any sense to try to build something like this. It looks all janky. There's no mortar left between them or nothing, but there it is. It's still there.
Example of building capability far out of the reach of Incan civilization. The Huaca del Sul, an adobe brick temple that, regardless of the clear feat of its construction, along with the currently recognized number of builders involved,
Okay, now I just want to stop right here for a second because the narrative on this place, you could see where they added in the lies to accommodate the narrative for this. They're going to tell you how many bricks, mud bricks supposedly, it took to build this, but they're also going to tell you that it was built in layers, which means an earlier civilization and then another civilization added to it and then another one later added to it some more, when actually it was all built at the same time. And this sucker is thick with brick, all day long, thick with brick. It's inconceivable how much brick was used in here. But here we go. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Regardless of these facts, still stubbornly claimed as having been built by the so-called Mochi civilization between 100 CE to 800 CE. Located upon the northern coast of Peru, the temple is one of several ruins found near the volcanic peak of Cerro Blanco. The other major ruin at the site is the nearby Huaca de la Luna, a better preserved but smaller temple. According to academic opinion, by 450 CE, 8 different stages of construction had been completed on the Huaca del Sul. The technique was additive. New layers of bricks were laid directly on top of the old. Hence,
see, that part of the narrative I don't buy. You can see how thick with brick it is, especially as we just go back here a little bit. You can see that it goes in. It's many, many layers of brick here. It's actually just, it boggles the mind. It really does. But to me, bricks are supercapacitors. They store energy, and this thing is all brick and it's massive. Of course, if it was melted down more, they would probably have just called it a natural formation of some sort. But as the layers peeled away, you could see the brickwork underneath of it, and they had to come up with a narrative.
On the Huaca del Sul, the technique was additive. New layers of bricks were laid directly on top of the old. Hence, large quantities of bricks were required for the construction. Archaeologists have estimated that the Huaca del Sul was composed of over 130 million adobe bricks.
130 million bricks, guys. 130 million. That's what they're estimating. Let that sink in. 130 million bricks in whatever BC time frame that they said. Okay? Make it make sense.
And was the largest pre-Columbian adobe structure built in the Americas. The number of different makers' marks on the bricks suggests that over 100 different communities contributed to the construction of the Huacas.
Go ahead.
What did he just say?
He said like 100 different communities contributed.
Yeah,
to
he said that there were marks on the bricks.
Maker's marks, yes.
How do you do that with mud bricks?
I don't know, but I wasn't buying that part of the narrative either. Let's go back. Here we go.
The Huaca del Sul was composed of over 130 million adobe bricks and was the largest pre-Columbian adobe structure built in the Americas. The number of different makers' marks on the bricks suggests that over 100 different communities contributed to the construction of the Huacas.
Isn't it interesting though? We never see any of these bricks with the maker's marks. I mean, we've covered this, and we've never found pictures of maker's marks on bricks for this thing.
Yeah, because in the mud bricks it doesn't last long, you know. But in cooked bricks, yeah, it lasts forever. So
yeah. So what does that tell you, guys? That tells you right there, there's a hole in their story that these were actually bricks and not mud bricks.
Regardless of the clearly astonishing ancient feat that this structure was, largely attributed to be the remains of an ancient pyramid, the facts surrounding the past true purpose of this structure is merely ignored in favor of an attribution to a more modern ancestor.
Melted mountain.
If it is,
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
I said, look at this melted structure and behind it all.
Yeah, and it's pyramidal looking too. It's very pyramidal looking. So if this is not natural, right, and it's made of 130 million bricks, I mean, what's this back here? Yeah.
In favor of an attribution to a more modern ancestor. For if it is indeed noted as being that of an ancient pyramid, like many alternative, independent, and often nicknamed fringe researchers have, it would open the door to some controversial questions. One in particular being, why would a civilization located at the claimed time within history build pyramids, just like those upon the African continent, namely upon the Giza Plateau?
And they still have no answer for this. They still say that these things are temples or tombs or fortifications or some shit like that. They still don't know what the pyramids are, or they know, but they're just not telling you. They're telling you that they're tombs.
Yeah.
Why would a culture that had supposedly never met ancient Egyptians, just like those ruins found all over Guatemala, and indeed South America, have built these enigmatic structures purely by coincidence? It seems that the evidence has mounted over the years in opposition to such opinion, and these ancient ruins are...
I was saying that I don't know if I should do it right now, but you talk about the Incan pyramid. Did you hear the first? Look, look, I can show you. Look, just really
Do you want me to
fast.
go back a little?
Jinx. Come on.
You want me to go back a tiny bit?
No.
This here is the Bosnian pyramid that they're showing.
Wait, Jen. You're
Okay.
not showing. Where's my Jinx? Fuck. Go away.
Jinx muffed it all up.
Yes. Where's my? Oh man, I can't find it. Okay.
Oh, here it is. Hold on. I hold on. Here we go. All right, go ahead.
So he called it the Inca, also known as the Incan Empire. But what about the Mayans? You see? Here they got the Maya civilization, not also known as the Mayans. No, there's no Mayans.
Right.
But it works for the Incans. Why wouldn't it work?
Incas, yeah, Mayans, Mayas.
Yeah,
Mayans.
why wouldn't it work anymore for the Mayans? But again, that's
Good question, Chapu. Very good.
That's another question too.
Very, very good. Good eye there. Hold on. All right. Let me see here. Where was I at?
Yeah.
Are simply
Still hear it?
improbable to have merely come about by chance or coincidence, and were indeed once built with full intentions that are now lost to the eons. Who built the Huaca del Sul? Why did they build it? It is undoubtedly an astonishing ancient ruin, one which we find highly compelling.
Robert Benfer, a professor at the University of Missouri, mainly focuses on biological anthropology.
I just want to pause it here and show all the janky rock behind him that was brick at one time. That is clear structure behind him. I just wanted to point that out. Looks a lot like what we see up on Mauna Loa at Jagger Cave. Maybe there's a volcano around here that spits out bricks. I don't know, but there it is.
However, surprisingly, Robert may be solely responsible for revealing to the world what must be one of the most unusual ancient pyramids ever found on Earth. He had previously found a series of earthworks shaped to resemble orcas, condors, and other animals found dotted around the coastal valleys of Peru. He was looking for more of these peculiar mounds within the valleys north of Lima when he spotted what was initially presumed to be nothing more than a natural volcano, a formation with a crater in the center of the top. However, astonishingly, after closer investigations, Benfer discovered that this mound was actually a man-made pyramid, all overgrown and resting in the forests of Peru. Curiously, for some reason within 60s, professional archaeologists employed by the Peruvian government had already realized that this particularly strange-looking volcano-like mound was indeed an artificial pyramid, But for some reason, this official analysis and subsequent discovery had been quietly buried within the academic.
Now, why would they quietly bury that in the academic world? Why would they do that? Because they don't want you to know. They want you to continue to buy the volcano narratives. They don't want you to know that there's buildings out there that have melted down that look like what we call volcanoes today.
Yeah.
Academic archives within Peru.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Chapu.
Just like the time they found like red brick structures really deep in South America, they had to rebury it. You know.
They did the same thing with Pompeii.
Yeah.
When they were excavating Pompeii for the first time, they started to find all kinds of stuff and they reburied it. And it wasn't until the second person who came along at some point in the 1700s or a little bit later than that and started to realize that, you know, there was a lot more going on here.
Intrigued by this, Benfer and his team decided to investigate further. As the researchers report in the latest issue of the journal Antiquity, they have dug explorative trenches into the inner crater of the volcano and found a collapsed stairwell that descended below through a layer of very old brickwork to a mud plaster floor. Although it seems that this mysterious underground layer had been inhabited by more recent people, the reason for this more modern invasion was more than likely due to the unusual celestial activities witnessed within the area in the 16th century. A total of 4 solar eclipses would have been visible from El Volcán.
So it's interesting. There's no volcanoes in this area, really, except one that's pretty far away, that they just mentioned. So they can't blame it on volcanoes, right? And they know it's a building. So and they can't pretend that it's a volcano and not a building. So they have to blame it on space. The reason that this whole thing exists is because of space, because of the eclipses.
In short succession, in AD 1521, 1538, 1539, and 1543. This, of course, being an extremely rare occurrence. Of course, this could have been the reason for the pyramid's initial construction, though the site clearly shows strong indications of being far older than the.
Somehow they knew that at that time there was going to be 4 eclipses coming up, so they better hurry up and build a volcano-shaped pyramid. I mean, it doesn't even make sense. I feel like somebody building a fortification for war. By the time they get done building the thing, the war's over.
Yeah.
This event. Regardless, profound questions arise from such a curious construction. For instance, if this was indeed a sacrificial mound, why was the top built to be concave? This obviously obscuring all those surrounding the building from seeing any sacrificial bloodletting. Benfer also noted that there are no volcanoes around El Volcán that would have served as models for its construction. No other structures like it have been found in Peru or indeed anywhere else on Earth. He will continue to explore the mysterious structure in the hope of possibly discovering artifacts, which could shed light on the pyramid's true antiquity.
What I want to know is how many other places like this that they do know what they are and just covered it up. Like the first people in the 60s who investigated this place, who already knew, yeah, it's not a volcano, it's definitely a building, but let's just quietly cover this up and not talk about it. I'd have to say there's a lot.
Antiquity. This is clearly one very weird pyramid and a perplexing mystery to history.
All right, so we're going to stop it there. Come back off the screen share. Wow, just wow, guys. I mean, like I said, just more proof. Proof that we are on the right track and that the theory that we originally had about Vesuvius being a building that put all volcanoes in question at that point. Also, we have, let me see here if I can find it, pictures that Chapu sent me of the patches for the, oh, shoot, maybe I didn't send
You don't have it?
the bombardiers that went around bombing these volcanoes. They actually even have patches that they wore for their military position. And here, oh, I gotta find it. Where the heck is it? All right, Chapu, I know you sent them to me. I just gotta scroll up here and find it. Oh, here they are. Okay. We also showed these on another show as well. More coverage that we did on different volcanoes. Like I think it was when we were talking about Mauna Loa. Mauna Loa in Hawaii is not a volcano. They tell you it's a volcano, but it's not. And I'm going to show you guys these patches that they have, which Shapu dug these up with his research. He found these. And to my shock and dismay, yeah, they actually have patches for this stuff. Can you see this, Shapu?
Yes. Yes.
So they have a whole unit in the military that goes around bombing volcanoes. Okay. Do you see this? This is exactly what they did to Vesuvius. And this is their patches. It's not me making up a theory on what happened with Vesuvius. I'm just putting one piece together with the other piece. It's not a volcano. It's not what they're telling us. There's no molten core. Oh, our planes just happen to be flying around this thing before, during, and after. And then we're there to clean up the mess too. But in the process, they bombed away anything that was left in that volcano. So nobody could go up there with any high definition cameras and go check it out. Because they've been going up to Vesuvius forever. They're still going up there. Looks like they go up to Mount Etna and Fuji and all that. But here they're showing you right there on their own patches that they bomb these things. And set them off. I don't know what that was. Why'd that come up? Hold on. Okay, here's the other one. 23rd Bomb Squadron. The 200, or is that 230 or 23?
Yeah, 23.
Oh, the 23rd bombing squadron.
23rd Division, I guess.
I got you. Okay. Again, guys, they're showing bombs. And if you look up the history of Mauna Loa, we've showed it on our shows before when we covered this stuff. They tried to supposedly divert the lava flow by bombing the volcano and hoping to divert the lava flow away from, different areas that had residential people and stuff like that.
Yeah, and they say that it didn't do much, but they still continue to do it.
But they still continue to do it. Exactly, Shapu. Yeah. Why? Why would you? They wouldn't waste time and money if it's not going to work, but yet they still continue to do it. That tells me they've been doing it. Yeah. What you see, these bombs are the catalyst to activate whatever possible payload is in there. You see what I'm saying? Like that one experiment that you showed in the very beginning with the liquid. Or no, the one thing where they put the torch to it real quick and then they take it away and it starts doing all its stuff.
Yeah. And each time we see, they always send a volcanologist,
yes. Volcanologist.
Yes, before any eruption, because that's how they know it will be erupting, So they send these guy, and remember they say the one for the one in America, what's it called again? The one that you
Mount St. Helens.
Mount St. Helens. Mm-hmm. The guy died there. The volcanologist. He went there a couple days before, and they got like pictures of him right there. Yeah. And he got caught. Like, what kind of story is that?
Yeah. And the earthquakes. The earthquakes prior in that video that we showed on the concoction, it talks about the earthquakes and everything that happens prior to the eruption itself. Where am I going here? What was I just looking for? Oh, am I still on screen share? Yeah. Okay. Can you see this, Shapu?
Yeah.
How many volcanologists are there in the world? As of 2010, at least, is when this was out. There's another article that had like 2016 on it, I think. It says, nevertheless, the International Association of Volcanology and Chemistry of the Earth's Interior, which is the main professional organization for volcanologists, currently has around 1,500 members from around the world. 1,500. And in 2010, 1,500 volcanists in the whole world. I think now it might have to be more like around 2,000 or 3,000, something like that, but not much higher than that. Okay, that's all they got to study these things at the time here, 1,500. Okay, yeah, there's that. I mean, we outnumber them as meltologists right now as we speak.
Yeah.
Boom, baby.
Boom, baby. Say it. Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Yes, it's just amazing when you come upon these truths and you put all these pieces together and you realize we were right. It's not just a theory. We have proof to back up what we are saying. And when I say that volcanoes don't exist, I actually have proof to back it up. When they say volcanoes exist, what proof do they have? What proof do they have? They tie it to a molten core on a globe model that doesn't exist. Okay. The only thing that we get from them is that they show that one's popping off here or there, and all you see is the smoke going up and some lava running out. That's it. And they have earthquake detectors and stuff that supposedly give them some kind of inclination that something's going to happen there in that location, which is one of the traits of the concoction itself. You bury it, it starts quaking and doing all kinds of stuff, and then before you know it, poof, you have a volcano. And depending on the payload itself or how many pounds of this paste material, which can be put in these locations very easily. I have pictures of volcanologists supposedly climbing down into Vesuvius, to study it. Like literally lowering themselves down. What are they doing in there? They could be putting anything they want in there. They could be putting smoke bombs in there. Oh, look, it's smoking a little. Is it really?
Yeah.
I
want to just clarify, because some people will take you word for word for what you say. When you say volcanoes don't exist, you mean they don't exist as what they have been presented to us, not like what it is, because like Biggs did when you said the volcano don't exist.
Oh yeah, well he made a hit
video.
piece on me.
Look, showing, look, there's volcanoes. We don't.
That guy's such a creep. He just took my words that I said, and I stand by my words. Volcanoes do not exist in the capacity that they're telling us that they do.
Yeah.
It's a myth. It's made up. It's like the boogeyman. It's not real. It's something for you to fear, and that they can use as, okay, well, this is a profession, and in order to know about this type of thing, this geological feature, you need to study this profession and make sure you regurgitate everything that we teach you back to the public, and slap a plaque on it and walk away. Volcanoes, in my opinion, have never existed.
Yeah. No, they've been caught like faking pictures of these, because like I showed, like the guy going there taking the pictures, but his camera is like on fire, and
remember that one, Chapu? His shoe, his corner of his thing, that you could tell it was photoshopped. There's no melt on this thing. First off, if you have a camera and a thing that's worth thousands of dollars, because if you're that kind of person, you got high quality equipment that's not cheap. Okay, you're not going to be standing on molten lava trying to get the shot of the century. Are you kidding me? When your shit's just burning up. Okay, it just doesn't even make sense. Those were good pictures, Shapu. I remember that. Yeah. Did you drop the link for the BitChute archive in here again? The Ripple Effect archive BitChute link. I don't know if you did or not, but I would definitely recommend you to drop that in there again. And I also wanted to show, where is it here? Let me go back a page. Yeah, I have to show you guys this here too. Let me go back into a screen share, because Shapu was helping me tweak out some of the stuff on my channel, and I remembered that I could add some stuff in here. So on my channel, if you go to my channel page, and you see here, it says PayPal link and one more link right here, which would be BitChute, which takes you over to my new BitChute channel. So we have the Ripple Effect archive, which I have to put in here as another link on my channel. But you guys have it, and I'll put it in the description below as well. Chapu's dropping it in there. And there's also this. So you go right to my channel, and right under the banner, as you can see, there'll be this link. You click one more link, and then you should be able to click on this BitChute channel one again, and it takes you to my new one, and it's going to start pulling over. Oh gosh, what's this? It's going to start pulling over all my videos and live streams onto this channel here. Right now, you can see there's only one video here, but hopefully more will be coming over here soon. They're supposed to be pulling it over like Odyssey does. I have one subscriber. It's Shapu. Okay, so I got that out of the way. Come back over here. Whoop, where am I? What happened? Where did I go?
You think this is a joke?
I don't know what happened to my camera.
Oh, you're frozen here.
Yeah, I know. Hold on. Let me take myself out. Oh, I don't know why I don't have a camera.
No, now you're black. I
find your lack of faith disturbing.
All right, well that's okay. I'll just put my avatar on. We're getting ready to get out of here anyway soon. It's 3 hours and 36 minutes. Guys, the reason we
tired.
Live stream, yeah, I know. The live stream was because there's so many people talking about the melt, the X Factor, God's judgment, all this stuff, and nobody except for us, and I'm not bragging, I am just saying nobody but us has ever tackled volcanoes. So, and I want to make sure that you guys get the most up-to-date information that we have on this fact, in my opinion. I'm saying fact at this point. There is no more speculation. Like with Vesuvius, my video said, no more speculation. I have proof. And I showed you guys the statue head embedded in the sidewall of Vesuvius. Volcanoes do not have statues. Buildings have statues.
Yeah.
And when I saw this video from Mystery History talking about this quietly covered up pyramid-shaped, volcano-shaped looking building, I just had to do a whole nother live stream on the volcano narrative. Now, the other live streams that we've done on it, we went more in depth on certain things. Like Mauna Loa was a whole live stream on its own. The whole trek up there, if you look at video footage of just regular people traveling up there, you will see structure all along the way up to the very top of it. Structure, structure, structure. Yet it's supposed to be all just melted lava and stuff. But yet this apparently spits out bricks.
Yeah. And the thing is,
Ceiling Fan Man says he did a show on volcanoes several years ago, Jen. So I'm in with you. Yes, that's true. That's true. So CFM's covering it as well. But other than that, I have not seen anybody who has come on to the whole mud flood melt thing and who is really starting to understand and understand that what we call geological features with their geological narrative is not what they're telling us, that they are actually structures, which means you have to, at that point, start to question certain things like waterfalls, like volcanoes.
Look, Jen.
Oh, yeah, Joey Rocha. I don't know what happened to him. He went off the rails, but he was.
Yeah, but he was saying also that volcanoes aren't what they say, and he lives in Hawaii, so.
And for some reason, he said, no, I never ever got to the core of his reasoning, but I do remember him saying, he would just blurt it out, volcanoes aren't real, or volcanoes, whatever, they're fake or something. And I do remember seeing one video of lava pouring into the water, the seawater, and there was no vapor coming off of it. There was no steam or nothing, which there's no way. The lava is going to definitely be way hotter than any water temperature in the ocean. So they're going to have steam. But if there was no steam coming out, then what's going on? Is this a Photoshopped video? Is it, what are they trying to do here?
Yeah, but we're not saying that there is no lava like flowing at some places, because we all seen that, and people know, they've seen it live with their own eyes,
Right. But prior to the flow of the lava, prior to the thing going off, what happens? We don't know what they put in La Palma. We don't know what kind of directed energy weapon they may have used as a catalyst to set the thing off. When you look at La Palma and the seismic survey for that island, as that volcano was, those fissures were opening up. Okay, it's completely gridded out like a perfect grid system. The earthquake where they picked up the earthquakes at.
Well, so here, if to get all that we are saying here, you cannot just like.
I'm not listening to you. You only believe in science.
See, if you only believe in science, you won't get half of what we're talking about. You know. So
Yeah.
we are using scientific things to explain what we are talking about, but because they have used it, it's a way to make people understand a bit easier because they know what we are talking about when we talk about these scientific things. But you know, you don't need to follow these type of science. You know, you can see it all with your eyes and your experience in the world, everything. So no, it doesn't work, Jen.
I know. I don't know what I did. I hit something. This happened to me once before. But the point being here is that they could have a payload ready to go at any given time to drop into one of these things. Okay. You wouldn't know it. They could do it in the middle of the night, drop something in one of those volcanoes, say Mauna Loa or say La Palma or wherever, Vesuvius, Etna, it doesn't matter, Fuji. Oh, I had some stuff on Fuji too. What the heck did I have on Fuji? I remember I sent you some Fuji stuff, Shapu. I said, look what I found on Fuji.
No.
Oh, what they were trying to do during World War II. They were messing around with Fuji.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta bring that up.
I don't know.
I have it. I have to get it. But they have the capability to pre-package this concoction. What they use to set it off. You know, I mean, if this thing could take 8 to 10 hours to pop off, you have 8 to 10 hours prior to get your payload there, or the payloads are already there and you just need a catalyst to set it off. And being that there's only a handful of volcanologists around the world, around the flat plane, I mean, you know. Now, we've already showed you also in the video that when these payloads, like the metal shavings, the sulfur, and the water is mixed up into a paste and put under the ground for only a couple of feet down even, depending on if it's 40, 50 pounds or something larger than that. They say you will have a true Etna with lava and everything flowing out of it. We've even showed you and earthquakes, and the mini experiments that they show the same thing happening on a small scale, an experimental scale. So yeah, you might see lava and all this stuff, but until you realize that what you're living on is a flat plane, there is no molten core that would feed anything that we consider that what we've been told is a volcano, to have molten lava pushing up and bursting out the way it does. That dome thing that occurs before the explosion happens, they say that there's a dome rising. That could be the payload getting ready to expand, and then it blows. I don't think the volcanoes exist at all, period. I just don't. Vesuvius isn't even on the maps in the 1500s. Why is it not there? There's no way you can miss Vesuvius. There's no way you can miss Mount Fuji. Fuji is like an icon in Japan. You know, how could it not be on the 1587 map here? Let me see what I had on Fuji. Let me see here. I'm like, look what I just found. Okay, here it is right here. I'm gonna resend it here. Okay. All right. So I have to get back into a screen share and go over here real quick and set this up real quick. Hold on. I should have showed you guys this when I was showing Vesuvius and the World War II stuff. All right. So I got that there. Right. Okay. All right. Let me get back into a screen share real quick, and we'll cover this, and then we're going to get out of here. But yeah, it was not just Vesuvius that they were flying around during World War II. It was also, where is it? Right here. Okay. Gosh, this thing has so many ads on it. I can't deal with it. Go away.
Yeah, and also just prior to an eruption, you know, around the same time. So.
All right, let me hide this. Okay, here it is. It says World War II. The World War II plan to mess with Japan by dyeing Mount Fuji. Okay, what does that mean? What? Okay, so it says right here, Mount Fuji would then become a physical target of Allied psyops is not surprising, as detailed in declassified 1945 memo from maybe that's Colonel Johnston to let me see here, commanding officer General Joseph Twitty. Proposed operation would give Fuji Mia, okay, whatever, Fuji, with some color other than that seasonally endowed by nature. In other words, the plan called for the marshaling of considerable manpower and the equipment to dye Mount Fuji black. Now, why would they want to dye Mount Fuji black? I mean, don't they turn black after they erupt anyway? You know.
Yeah, that's
Okay. So it says here, always good to have at least one devil's advocate in the room to point out the many flaws with this idea. And it was an idea that they had, but they never initialized it supposedly. But again, I am showing you guys that the military has plans for these supposed volcanoes and to do things to them and also to bomb them as well. Okay. So all that being said, lined up with everything that we just showed you guys, they have the means, they have the motive, they have the manpower and the money to get it done. And they're faking space right now as we speak. They're faking volcanoes right now as we speak. They're faking earthquakes right now as we speak. They're faking tsunamis right now as we speak. And I would suggest and hypothesize at this point that hurricanes and tornadoes are not natural to our natural environment.
Yeah.
So there's that.
I would agree with that.
All right. So, do you have anything else that you want to bring up, or have anything to say on the closing end of this, Shapu?
No, not much. I think pretty went over everything that we wanted to cover.
Yeah, I had to recap a few things because we've done a few different live streams on this topic, and we've covered different. We also covered the Icelandic volcano, where you could take a tour and go down into a non-active volcano, and I didn't show that on this show tonight, but we have covered it. That's another one where you can see nothing but brick, melted brick all around, and it's just more proof again as well.
Yeah. Now I wanted to show not tonight because I'm too tired, but on a next show or something, just another location that was flooded by another dam construction.
Right.
They use all this motive to hide a lot of places.
Yeah, definitely we'll show that on the next show. I'm not sure when we'll be doing another one, but I would like to get the next one. If it's not by Thursday, maybe. Let me see here.
Didn't you want to invite like Freya?
Yeah, I want to do it with Freya. I want to have Freya on. I know she's got a lot of cool stuff to show. If she's able to screen share, if not, she can send it to me or you, and we'll bring it up. Thank you, Crazy John. On the paintings and stuff, what's going on in a lot of these depictions, and she's been really uncovering a lot of cool stuff, and she's got her ideas on it as well, which I'm not saying that my ideas are the only ones out there. I want to hear everybody else's ideas and what they think and what they're seeing in these depictions and paintings and stuff. Yes. Hold on a second, Freya, I was just trying to see what you were reading here. Okay, I gotcha. But yeah, definitely Freya's going to try to be on the next show with us. Maybe Thursday, I'm thinking, for that show, if you're available, Shapu, because I want it definitely to be all three of us.
Yeah, if I can make it, I'll go. Okay. Oh, interesting, my Sherry. Oh, yeah, probably tunnels.
No, I did see film underneath the volcano. What? Really? Wow. Yeah, because I've been hearing other stuff about tunnels under different volcanoes, and
Yeah,
there's
you
supposed to
found some. Yeah, you found some.
something about Vesuvius having some kind of tunnels as well. And also on my first live stream that I did it's the second one that I did on Vesuvius, because I had found more pictures of the buildings that were up there. And what was it? They had a drawing. It was the gods, supposedly the gods that were living inside Vesuvius. And it was a depiction just a sketchy drawing. It wasn't anything like really impressive, but the one statue that they had in this little drawing looked like kind of like the statue head that I seen embedded in the sidewall. I didn't see it with my own eyes. I seen it on my search here for images, which I brought that up on the last live stream. All you have to do is a Google search, type in mineral layers for Vesuvius, and it's either the first or second picture at the top. You zoom in on the lower right-hand corner, and you will see that statue head. But yeah, there it looked like it was like gods, people like kind of laying around doing their things. There's statues and other things in there and stuff in this depiction inside of a volcano. Right.
Yeah, I remember you've seen also a brick wall, like when the guys go down a dormant volcano. Was it Vesuvius or?
That was the Icelandic one.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we should have showed that tonight, but it's getting late, so I'll bring it up on the next show for sure. But yeah, Freya, I know you're there in the chat. So if Thursday's good for you, I'll get with you tomorrow or next day, and we'll nail it all down, and I'll get the thumbnail made up. I would love for you to bring everything that you got, and we'll just do a hodgepodge of information, because it's all ties to the same thing, which is the melt, the extreme heat event that created the environment that we live in today.
Yeah.
I'm also going to play something real quick here before we get ready to get out of here. So let me go over here to my drops and stuff here. Let me see where it's at. Where do I have it? Oh, here's this one.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
And I love this one.
Because you could melt all this stuff.
Yeah.
All right, here it is here. Where is it? It might be this one. Or this one? All right, I'm going to play this one.
Have you ever stopped to question the world beneath your feet? What if everything you thought you knew about the Earth's geological formations was, in fact, an illusion? What if the mountains, valleys and canyons that we see today didn't take millions of years to form, but rather blossomed quickly under the influence of extreme heat and pressure? Welcome to a fascinating journey into a concept that might just turn your world upside down: meltology. Meltology, at its core, is the study and exploration of structures that have been formed through melting. It's a relatively new field that challenges the conventional wisdom of our geological narratives. It suggests that the landscapes we see around us didn't evolve over eons, but were quickly shaped by an X-factor event in our not-so-distant past. This event, it is hypothesized, exposed the Earth's crust to staggering temperatures reaching well over 9,000 degrees. Imagine the intense heat of a blacksmith's forge, then multiply that 1,000 times over. That's the kind of heat we are talking about. It's a heat so intense that it didn't merely shape our landscapes, it melted them. This theory suggests that the grandeur of the Grand Canyon, the majesty of the Himalayas, the stark beauty of the Sahara, all these were not the result of slow geological processes, but the aftermath of a cataclysmic event that fundamentally altered our world. And what's more, Meltology posits that this event wasn't millions of years ago, but rather it happened in our not-so-distant past. This turns the conventional wisdom of geology on its head. To summarize, Meltology offers a radical rethinking of how our world was formed. It suggests that the Earth's landscapes were not shaped over millions of years through slow geological processes, but were rapidly formed under extreme heat and pressure from an event in our not-so-distant past. It challenges us to rethink our understanding of the Earth and our place in it. So next time you marvel at a mountain range or gaze across a vast desert, consider the possibility that these magnificent formations didn't take millions of years to form. They might just be the result of a cosmic event that, while devastating, gave birth to the world as we know it today. Remember, the world beneath our feet may not be as it seems. It's time to question, to explore, and to rethink the narratives we've been told, because sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction.
Hold on a second, I got one more.
Yeah, they're so good.
One more. Here we go.
Volcanoes truly are. Are they really the fiery portals to the Earth's molten core as we've been led to believe? Or could they be something entirely different? Something that challenges our very perception of the world we inhabit? Strap in for a journey into the realm of alternative theories, where we peel back the layers of commonly accepted truths and delve into the mysteries of our planet. Consider the traditional understanding of volcanoes. Conventional wisdom tells us that these awe-inspiring formations are the product of plate tectonics, seismic activity, and the slow, relentless churn of the Earth's molten core. Yet an alternative theory presents a radically different perspective. This theory begins with a radical reimagining of our world. It suggests that the Earth is not a sphere, but a flat plane, a creation story that has been obfuscated by the narrative of a globe-shaped Earth. This alternative perspective sees volcanoes not as natural formations, but as remnants of a civilization that existed long before our time. These supposed volcanoes, according to this theory, were in fact towers, colossal structures built by this ancient civilization. However, an extreme heat event in our not-so-distant past melted these towers down, leaving behind the volcanic formations we see today. The proponents of this theory argue that the eruptions we witness are not the result of geological processes. Instead, they suggest a concoction is used to simulate eruptions, creating a convincing illusion of spewing lava, tying us back to the narrative of geology and the globe theory of a molten core. By challenging the traditional understanding of volcanoes and the Earth's shape, this alternative theory forces us to question the very fabric of our perceived reality. It suggests that what we take for granted as truth may be nothing more than a carefully constructed narrative designed to keep us trapped in a perception deception. To summarize, this alternative theory presents a radical reinterpretation of our world. It posits the Earth as a flat plane, not a sphere. It suggests that volcanoes are not natural formations, but remnants of ancient towers, melted down by an extreme heat event. And it argues that volcanic eruptions are not geological phenomena, but staged events, part of a larger narrative that keeps us tethered to the idea of a spherical Earth. By peering beneath the surface of our accepted truths, we uncover a world of mystery and intrigue. Whether you choose to believe in this alternative theory or not, it undeniably prompts us to question, to explore, and to continually seek the truth about the world we inhabit. In our quest for knowledge, we often find ourselves confronted with conflicting information and differing perspectives. It is in these moments of uncertainty that we must rely on our own critical thinking skills and our ability to discern fact from fiction. As we delve deeper into the unknown, we encounter a myriad of theories and hypotheses that challenge our understanding of reality. From ancient civilizations to extraterrestrial life, the possibilities are endless. The exploration of these alternative theories is not meant to undermine or dismiss established scientific principles, but rather to expand our understanding of the world around us. It is through this process of questioning and exploration that we can truly grow as individuals and as a society. So whether you choose to embrace these alternative theories or not, the important thing is to keep an open mind and to never stop seeking the truth. Only then can we hope to uncover the mysteries that lie just beyond our grasp.
Boom, baby.
Yeah.
I love that one. All right. So yeah, that's on my channel, guys. I'll drop the link for that. Oh, sorry. Hold on a second. I'm going to drop the link to that. It is on my channel. I used AI video that Shapu turned me on to make that. And I think it turned out pretty good. What do you think, Shapu?
Yeah, it does. It does a great job to put together what you write, and
Yeah.
it's just
It's very professional sounding as well. And it makes sense. I mean, every time we find more proof of them faking this stuff or that these are actually buildings, we bring it and we put it on the table, and it fits. It does. It really fits. It destroys their narrative, and it fits into the meltology at the extreme heat event and what these things could actually be. Some type of tower, some type of building, some type of structure. I don't want to sit here and argue what the structure was. Oh, it was this. Oh, it was that. Because I'm not interested in arguing about this stuff. What we can agree on is it's not what they're telling us. Okay. If it's a directed energy weapon that did it, or it's the grid system frying or whatever, either way, it's definitely not their geological narrative. And that's the point here. We're destroying the narrative, and we're bringing in an alternative theory, which in my opinion, it's no theory at this point. We've shown too much proof. These are structures, and they can fake these things to look like what they're calling volcanoes today.
Yeah. No, when you know that your all cosmology that we've been told is a lie, then you need to find like another thing for everything else, because like you showed, it all tied to the globe narrative. But now we try to explore a new way to see this place, and the Meltology it's really explaining a lot more. I found that it's much better narrative and theory that what was presented,
Absolutely.
because you can just go out and you don't need any tools or any scientific knowledge or schooling to see all of this. You just go out, you can see it for yourself. It's
absolutely 100%. And when I was in the flat earth, and I wasn't really going much further than flat earth at the time, I had already had a lot of curiosities in my mind. I don't know why other flat earth channels have not explored these types of thoughts and theories. I was always fascinated with volcanoes even before I got into all this truth. One thing that led me to 9/11 mysteries, which was in 2005, I woke up to 9/11 and what happened and that whole lie, was because I was looking up volcanoes one night. I was looking at pyroclastic flows. I was very intrigued with the whole thing. And up in my sidebar for suggestions was 9/11 truth, because it had a tag of pyroclastic flow in it. And because that was one of the tags, it came up and recommended as another video to watch, which I did. And it changed my life. And here we are, how many years later, from 2005, and I've circled all the way back to volcanoes. So yeah, the truth is amazing, and it leads you to interesting places. And when you're in line with truth, it starts to make sense, and you start to realize that all their narratives do not make sense, because the globe is the main catalyst for all of their theories. And if that's a lie, then all of it's a lie. Period. End of story.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you.
All right, we're at 4 hours. We're going to get out of here, guys. Shapu, thank you so much for helping me with this. As always, we knocked it out of the park, and I couldn't do it without you. You're my wingman. I really appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. I just love doing shows with you. Like I said, I will not do shows not with anyone else but you. I don't
think you.
It's not something that I look for. If I do not do shows with you, I do not do shows at all. So.
I love you, Shapu. All right, guys. Well, like I always say, let it not be said that we stood by and did nothing. And I love you guys. We're going out with a new video that I made up for an outro. I hope you guys enjoy it. And it's 4 minutes long, so you have plenty of time to chat it up here for a little bit before we get out of here completely. And I love you, like I always say. And we're out of here. Here we go.
Thanks, guys.